fans, welcome back to another week, another edition of the LiuLi Cup. LiuLi Cup Weekly number 8, your weekly dose of LiuLi Cup action. I'm of course your host VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by ByuN chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome to a very special day of StarCraft. This is our second tournament of the day, but today is what? Today is a patch day. Earlier this morning, we were of course live with ByuN Cup. ByuN Cup was merely like 4 hours after the patch went live, and now we're here this evening with the second broadcast of the day, with the second tournament of the new patch. Here we go. If you're in the chat, we'll get there. In the top left hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Terran player, the blue Terran. It is WingIt. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. We're here in the round of 32, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is round of 32. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we dive into our best of 3 round of 32 match. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is looking very, very nice and looking very, very filled up, and we'll be getting into the bracket itself after this series. For now, we have our initial PVT, and this is one of the many matchups that is going to be influenced by the patch itself. Again, the patch is pretty intense, especially regarding certain changes, especially considering there are a lot of changes that were added that were not tested. So we have some untested changes coming into the main live game, which is an interesting choice. Definitely interesting choice was made in regards to that, and we got to see a lot of really fun matches this morning. I'm curious to see how used to the patch these players are. I'm sure a lot of these players did not actually touch the PTR, but now that we've had the base game for almost 24 hours, well, I mean, now we've had the patch for almost 24 hours, I'm sure laddering has occurred, and I'm sure players are slowly, or sometimes even quickly, adapting to the new patch. Let's go. Let us go, buddy. Let us go. And so now we're getting into our openers. We do have our economic opener here out of WingIt going for a Rax expand, followed by a second Rax in the main. Ooh, that is not normal. That is not normal. That is not standard. To have a second and soon to be a third Rax, this screams 2 base all in. This screams earlier sim timing, assuming that we get a third Rax behind this into a tech lab, into stim, into a heavy bio setup, into a 3 Rax. If this is to be 3 Rax, this is a very old school build. Yep, there we go. Third Rax is on the way. This was very prevalent a couple of years ago, but this did eventually fall out of favor and fall out of fashion. A way to hard counter this is with a robo opener into Colossus would hard counter this, and we would often see that back in the day, back in the era of Site Delta. Cure would almost exclusively go for 3 Raxes with very, very mixed results. Very mixed results. Have you considered doing ready style predictions, like when there's a clear favorite, e.g. WingIt to take a map? No. Aye. The predictions are automated. Maybe if we had some more dedicated mods to have like custom predictions and stuff like that, if we had a bigger stream, then maybe. But when it comes to predictions, I press a button and it just sets player versus player, right? But a Trigger and WingIt sets and pins them against each other. If the stream were to grow, if we had some more mods, if we had people that could dedicate themselves to actually doing that without taking away from the stream, then maybe. For now, though, we will commit to just the versus, or the player on player. For their best of course. For their best of. For now, though. For now, we do have a Trigger poking in. We do have a robo follow-up, but Gas is on 2 bases. Very safe play at a Trigger, going for a 2-base opener, 2-base play. Gas is being taken, robo as well. Very safe play at a Trigger. Again, this has been on the rise, or this has been the meta over the past couple of months, and we'll see how WingIt is able to deal with that, considering his 3 Racks. Now, this is going to be 3 Racks into a 3rd CC. Ooh, this is kind of weird. This is very dedicated. It's a very dedicated sim timing. I'll be honest, if this sim timing fails, the game ends. Like, to get a 3rd CC behind this is very ambitious. It's a bit of an odd choice here. The 3rd CC tells me that he might not actually move out. If he doesn't, then this was kind of a waste, is my concern. So, like, we gotta go, we gotta send it, we gotta hit our timing. Stim is almost done. We're still a little bit of a ways away. Trigger, he does spot the move out. Trigger is aware. 3x could go hard if it's a surprise. It's in the current meta, it would never be a surprise because of hallucination scouts, because it's very common to open up sentry, especially with the energy overcharge. Even with the nerf to energy overcharge, like sentry openers and scouting is the norm in current meta, which is also one of the reasons why this has fallen out of favor and why 3x openers are almost never seen, or actually I would go as far as to say as 3x openers are never seen currently in the highest level play. Again, this had its place before energy overcharge was a thing, but now with energy overcharge, this opener has definitely fallen off quite hard, because there should never be a situation where this ever goes unscouted. Again, at the highest level, like at lower levels, if there's no scouting going on, then sure, right? Like you can pop off. So it's a bit of a PSA for the players out there. That's Jesus. Oh no, we're on the high ground. We're not on the high ground. Yeah, these stalkers, they get a couple of free shots off. That's what, 3-4 Marines and a Marauder going down. Very nice damage here by Trigger. Like pre-energy overcharge, then sure, but post it, no shot. Trigger claims his third base, and Wingit's in a really rough position. I'm afraid to look how much he's lost. He lost 11 Marines. 11 Marines, 1 Marauder for nothing, for 0 damage. So the 3x has fallen on its face, and behind this, Trigger can now embrace his splash damage. Storm is on the way. The other issue here with being this heavily reliant on ByuN early on, it's a very fragile army as well. We're getting into 1-1 upgrades, but of course we have the new Storm coming into play. The Storm that lasts 10 years, papi, 10 years. And it is something you have to get used to. This morning, if you were here, we were casting Clem versus herO. And Clem, he did not get accustomed to the new Storm. As in, we'd see a Storm, Clem would move away, and then he'd move back too soon. Where the storm would still be going on. So it takes a while to adjust your muscle memory and get used to the new timings of things. Just because storm lasts that much longer, you have to make sure you don't go back in too soon into storm. As there's the first storm. Again, it lasts quite some time, as you can see. It's still going. So we got good. As storm's gonna be thrown down, we try to split, try to spread. The slow lots are coming in as charges that began, and with that we should break through. We should be able to break through with another storm on the ByuN, and we should just overwhelm. We should just snowball out of control, overwhelm. The ByuN army does crumble. Boys being pulled into the slow lots. Again, charge only began after Trigger was pushing, so a little bit awkward, a little bit messy when it came to the execution, but there is nothing left here. GG gets called, and Trigger takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Trigger, he does claim the first game, and we'll see. We'll see if Wingans can bring it back. We'll see if we can bring it back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. Let's go. Let us go. But again, it does take a little bit of use to when it comes to adjusting to the new patch, of course, and that applies to all players as well. Some players will adapt a little bit faster than others, I will say that. We already saw that this morning with Shameless. Shameless, he was actually not opening up Storm, by the way. One of the big changes that occurred is that the Ghost is now a light unit, and Shameless, he was not playing Storm at all. What was he doing? He was embracing heavy Colossus armies, and ByuN was still opening Ghost. So with ByuN opening Ghost, with Shameless prioritizing and embracing Colossus, Shameless just rolled over ByuN time and time again. Like, ByuN had a very hard time keeping up against Shameless, just because ByuN, he was still a little bit too fixated on, you know, prioritizing Ghosts and staying on 2 bases and building up that Ghost count to deal with to have EMPs to deal with High Templar that never arrived. But here we go. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Terran, himself. It is a Wingit. Oh, hello. Hi, papi. Where are we going? As the SCV does skirt around the edge of the map, and we are setting up for a proxy. Okay. So proxy racks here at a Wingit. I see in chats. Hello, good morning. Is this played on the new patch? Yeah, I mean, it's played on the current live version of the game. For those that are unaware, the patch is live. The patch is live, so now we have our base game. There's no longer a PTR version of the game, as the PTR version has been pushed live. I say that the PTR version was adjusted, was amended, and we have the live version, which is different to the version on the PTR. Bear that in mind. So different changes, different kind of numbers were tweaked, of course. And we're getting into game number 2. Unfortunately, let me just double check. Unfortunately, I don't think LiuLi Cup have added any of the TLMC maps. Yeah, unfortunately not. So far, our Tuna Cup is the only tournament to feature the Team Liquid Map Contest 21 maps, so it's a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully, the other tournaments do follow suit eventually. I know that we will. I know that we have already, I should say. They'll catch up, maybe they'll catch up. Go. As we are going for a proxy ranks into a proxy factory. So one base all in here at a Wingant. Trigger with his own scout, he does confirm something is wrong. With his probe scout, he sees 2 gases, no racks at home. There's a proxy, and it's a committed proxy as well with extra gases. So Trigger, he is aware that something is amiss, and we should be playing very safe as a result. We're chronoing out the first Stalker. We should be getting a safety shield battery here at the natural base, and we'll see if he can find the proxy. As Trigger, he's looking. Searching. It's my favorite pappy. Yes, they're means horns, pappy. Yay. Buenos dias. Good morning. Oh, and he will scout immediately. Wow, he scouts immediately. He does find the proxy 111, and he will even delay the start point. It's only one SCV. Only one SCV. The Marine is going to go down. There's nothing here to defend. The Marine falls. 0 army units, and that SCV should go down. And one more volley. Oof. Denies the starport. Tank production has begun. We're going proxy tank, but GG gets called. This got shut down immediately, and Trigger will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Very unfortunate there for Wingant to proxy to commit that hard and for it to be found. Almost immediately. Unfortunately, Trigger, he was quick to probe scout across the map, quick to confirm what was going on, and quick to recognize, of course, that there was a committed proxy somewhere on the map. Did find it immediately. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations. And with that, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Ooh, let's quickly adjust. Let's move some things over, and we have some updates here. Clem is waiting for the winner of Percival and Ordinary in the second round of the tournament. So Clem is waiting the second round for the winner of the first round series. Trigger takes on Wingant 2-0. Trigger, he is up against Lambo in the next round. We will cover that series. We will cast that. We'll be all over Trigger and Lambo in a PvZ. I'm looking forward to it just because I would imagine that Lambo would have been one to play the PTR. I mean, I would hope so. I don't know for certain. But Lambo, he strikes me as one of those players that is willing to embrace change a little bit faster, to put a lot of thought into things. But at the same time, we also know that, again, it's been less than a day that the patch has been live, so I don't really know how much time he's had to cook. We'll see, Pappy, if he can cook, if he can compare to Trigger. Meanwhile, scoring down, Max waiting for the winner of a Laser and Ragnar. They are currently mid-series. They're currently facing off. Scoring down, we have ByuN waiting for the winner of Nightmare and Ledlix. We have Classic waiting for the winner of Geralt and Mixu. We have Bunny waiting for the winner of Greater and Sophisticate. We have herO waiting for the winner of Young and Rebellion. And we have Rogue going up against Skillus in the next round. Now, Rogue versus Skillus is about to begin, so tempted, definitely tempted, but as we typically do go in these tournaments, whenever we cover a player, we follow that player. So we just casted Trigger, we're going to follow him into Lambo, and we'll most likely follow that series into the third round as well. Most likely. That is the plan. Beautiful. So we have our next series, and again, we have a decent lineup. We have a solid lineup of players. We have all the big regulars here. We got Clem, we got Max from Europa, we have herO, we have ByuN, we have Classic from Korea as well. Are we really missing any of the big names? I would say Showtime. True, like Showtime, he's usually here, so Showtime is missing. I did notice that we didn't have Cure during the Wardy TV Monday. I think it was Wardy TV Monday. No, sorry, this morning. This morning Cure was absent, and here I don't see Cure either. So there's a couple of players here and there that we are missing, like Cure, like Showtime, but for the most part, we do have all the regulars. Here we go. We have all the big boys, pappy. Yeah. Laser playing. Yes, really cool to see Laser is still competing. It was announced yesterday that Laser did leave Team Liquid. So Laser, he's no longer a part of the team, which in my mind makes sense just because Laser has not been competing in StarCraft for quite some time. It's not really his priority anymore, and he's been streaming a lot. He's been playing and competing in Age of Empires 4, which is its own kind of different game. But if Laser starts to commit again to StarCraft, I would hope to see a team pick him up. I would hope to see him return to form. Would hope to. For sure. Getting dizzy from all the camera wobbles? Oh no. Oh no. Get some motion sickness pills. Ah. I believe in you, Pappy. I believe in you. But I guess for now we're going to be going on a short break. I assume that we would jump right in, but... Oh. Lambo's MIA. Oh no. Sorry, I just realized. If anyone has Lambo's number, someone call him up. Call him up. Is he streaming right now? I know that sometimes he streams his tournament run, right? Is he live? Lambo. It's Lambo King, right? No, he's not streaming at the moment. He was apparently streaming the PTR with Goblin. Okay, we're gonna go on a short break. We're gonna look for Lambo. We're looking for him. We'll find him, I'm sure. And then we can start our series. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second series of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with the initial round of 32 match. Now we're here at the round of 16. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we have found our players and we are good to jump in. Let's go. Our fresh best of 3. Now, coming into this, ZVP is something that we did not get to experience this morning. We saw a lot of Protoss versus Protoss and Terran versus Protoss. We saw a lot of those two matchups this morning in the Zerg Cup, but now that we get into LiuLi Cup, we get to experience some Zerg players. The only Zerg player in this morning's tournament was Mixu, and unfortunately did not make it far in the event itself. So great to see some more Zerg representation, and I'm curious to see how we do adjust in this matchup. Now, I already know, I know, I do feel like ZVT is going to change a fair bit thanks to the Infestor. The Infestor change, the change of Microbial Shroud will be impacting Zerg versus Terran, especially with the current meta of rushing into Ultra. So Ultra rushes are already the common go-to. They're already like the playstyle of ZVT, and you typically get there with Infestors to support as a supportive unit. With the new Microbial Shroud upgrade, then Infestors will have a little bit more staying power getting in towards a longer later game as well to support the ground army even further. So that is going to be a big impact in ZVT. When it comes to ZVP, this I'm a little bit less certain of. Now, obviously, one of the big changes, the Spire. Mutaplay is a thing, but rarely on Pylon. Welcome to Pylon. Pylon is a very small map, short rushes and Spire ground. As much as I would love to see some Spire and some Mutaplay, I would typically lean towards that on larger maps. Maps like Maganatha, maps like Tokamak, even maps like Persephone as well. On a smaller map like this, it is difficult to get away with it and also difficult to not get punished by it as well. So we'll see what Lambo goes for. We're expecting more of a standard setup here out of our Zerg player. And maybe later on in the series, we could see some Spire play. For now, Stargate opener out of Trigger. Does open up Stargate, a standard opener out of our Protoss player. We don't really expect any deviations here from our Protoss. Standard opener and +1 blink into Storm should be the go-to. I'll be honest, I don't think PVZ is going to change too much from the Protoss side of things. I think it'll change a little bit more from the Zerg side of things. Potentially. With the change of the Spy, with the change to the Baneling, Ling Bane Road Ravager and Bane Hydra will be a little bit stronger, of course. That is going to be a factor. Yo, the Adept skins. Let's go. I don't think I've seen that before. These are like the Alarak, like Tal'Darim Adepts. I've never seen a player use these skins before. I'll be honest. Okay, let's go. They look sick. Aye. For now, again, standard opener, hatch gas pool into a third base. Yes, the Trigger. Like, legitimately, like, we cast more Sark than anyone else out there. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use these skins on the Adepts. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now the Oracle does zip into the bases. Pokes in, gets a drone kill, nothing major. So far, Lambo, he's defending well. He zones away from the main, from the natural even. Early Eva Chamber into +1 melee. And this should be into Ling Hydra, but again, and now with the change to Centrifugal Hooks, now to the change to the Baneling, then we could just see Ling Bane Hydra instead. Keep an eye on Lambo. Likewise, back at home, we do have our Twilight Council, our Forge, standard timing here out of Trigger, going to +1 and Blink. Everything's looking normal. Everything's looking as it should. Double Oracle into the natural, gets 1, 2, 3 drone kills, does pull away, does get eyes on the Baneling Nest. And again, typically in a standard ZVP, we would see players skip the Baneling Nest, but now with the buff to the Baneling, I do see the Banelings should be a little more viable, a little more common in ZVP. Meanwhile, 7 drones going down. Ay, that should not have happened. Trigger, he shades away. Dips in, dips out, gets 7 workers, doesn't lose anything. And Lambo, he's stumbling his way into the mid game. As he stumbles his way, a big shout out to Tort 1983 in the chat. God, Papi God, thank you so much, Papi Glasses. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 3 months. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft, and I hope you're enjoying the new patch. As again, we're still only just now live with it. It's been live for less than 24 hours. We're here. Let's go. Let us go. And Lambo, he has a lot of recovering to do. I'm a little bit afraid to look here, but he has lost 11. Look at the efficiency. 11 drones, 1 Ling, and he has killed nothing. As Trigger, he's yet to lose a single unit. Now moving out to deny the 4th base. And I believe he should be able to, especially with Oracle support. Yeah, the Oracles are lagging a little bit behind. You can see that Trigger is a little bit afraid of a counterattack. He's like, where are the Lings? And there's a cancel. Yeah, there's a cancellation. Ay. Again, really rough start here for Lambo. Behind this, getting to Ling Bane Hydra. Again, Baneling speed is on the way. For those that are curious, I was alluding to the buff to the Baneling earlier. If you haven't seen the patch notes, the buff is 5 HP. Now, Baneling speed, centrifugal hooks, does actually provide a HP bonus to the Baneling that is going to be impactful when it comes to the Baneling's survivability to actually close the distance and get on top of the Protoss army, and ideally get on top of the High Templar. At the same time, though, Storm is very different. I would say that Storm is stronger now. Like, Storm is a very powerful tool. Just because of its duration, it is such a powerful zoning tool. And the problem here is that with the change to the Storm, with the change to the High Templar, I want to say it promotes turtle play. I feel like using it as a stronger zoning tool is going to be stronger if you're being defensive back at home, turtling up on 3 and 4 bases, and that is the go-to style in ZVP anyway. So this defensive play is going to be stronger for the Protoss now in the new patch. So stronger defensive play, we throw down the wall like cannons, shield battery, stasis traps as well. Bearing in mind, stasis traps, they do last less time. You can see the duration, they're already expiring. And this is on Trigger. Trigger, this is something he has to adapt to, is that you can no longer do this. You can no longer just set and forget all these stasis traps, because this is kind of a waste. Whereas ideally, nowadays, if you scout a push, then you want to throw down the stasis traps, otherwise it's just going to run out. For those that are curious, stasis traps, they have a lot less duration than they used to, so you can't just set them up like this. Or it's just not as effective. Not as effective. Not like in the previous patch. Meanwhile, there's going to be a cancel on the 4th base. Nicely done. Trigger, he was out of position. Trigger's out of position. Lambo, he's gearing up and getting ready for his push. I believe going for a lair tech all-in. So you can see, no infestation bit, no lurker den, no extra gases. He is going purely Ling Bane Hydra lair tech all-in. Let's go. And if this base was up and running with side defense, I would favor Trigger, but his army is quite small. Like, his army, it's very minimalistic here. Storms are good. Are they that good? Because here comes a Ling Bane, and again, these Banelings do have that extra HP. The hope is that they can survive and get through the storm, but I still don't think it's going to be enough. Here it comes. Please roll in. There's a storm. Stasis goes off as well. Oh my god, Jesus. And the storms, they shut down the Ling Bane. They shut down the Ling Bane. And without Ling Bane, this army cannot push in. Trigger, he holds. Up. One High Templar goes down. Another storm on the Hydras. The stasis is about to run out. So the High Templar, they're exposed. Oh no! One High Templar goes down. Does get one. Massive Baneling connections. Yeah, Banelings are connecting. Ooh, but nice juggling here. Nice control. The Trigger holds. Trigger, he holds on. Now, what's scary about this defense is that, remember, Lambo was all in. Lambo, he was all in. This is a very late infestation bit. This is a 9:35 infestation bit timing. Very delayed here for Lambo. The reason why it's so late is because that push was meant to kill. That was meant to kill Trigger, and it didn't. And now Trigger, he can counterattack. Trigger, he can counterattack. Lambo, he is stuck with the subpar army. He's morphing in some Banelings as we speak. Lambo, he is in trouble. But Trigger, he doesn't keep pushing. It looks like he's not really feeling it. His army is still quite small, so he's going to stay home. But so far, I'm preferring Trigger's position. Baneling going for the mineral line. Does connect. Probe's going to be going down. Probes do 4 at the same time. Lings and Banelings, they head towards a 4th. Yeah, Trigger's out of position. Once again, Banelings, they shut down the side defense. Oh, the Oracle and the Prism. The Oracle and the Prism go down. Oh, no. And again, Trigger is being pulled apart. Better damage this time from Lambo. And very necessary damage. Very necessary. As Lambo is still working on the hive. Still no lurker den. Still no hive upgrades. Lambo is still a ways away. He will force a cancel. Ooh, that was a kill. That should not have happened. Kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. That's the Trigger. Trigger heals otherwise distracted. Now, Trigger is going to max out, and there is going to be a window, right? There's going to be a window in time here. Hopefully, we can cancel. Oh, no, that's a second Trigger. we gotta cancel, baby. Make sure we didn't unbind the keyboard, though. Unbind the hotkey, even. Ay, ay, ay. Check the keyboard, man. What I was going to get at here is that Trigger, he's going to max out soon, and there's going to be a window in time where Trigger can push before lurker tech. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe there's no lurker den. Yeah, there's no den. The hive is almost done. Ideally, you want the lurker den ready for this to start the lurker upgrades. Now going for the spire. Oh. So Lambo is gonna have to defend without lurkers. Okay. We'll see if he can. I'll be honest, I'm not too confident. Lambo just trying to buy some time. That's a third kill. God damn it. That is the third kill on the 4th base. Sorry, 5th base. What is happening? Trigger, por favor. Ah, no. That's the 3rd time it's been killed. Not like this, Trigger. Not like this. And again, from here, Trigger, he's maxed. So is Lambo. Lambo rolling towards the mineral line. There's one Storm base. They get in. They barely get in. I mean, that was a 5 HP right there, 100%. They barely survived the Storm. Meanwhile, oh my god. Mass Storm here on the Ling Bane. Oh no, he comes back too soon. Yeah, Lambo, he comes back too soon. He missed times. We spoke about it here, but again, Storms, they last so much longer here. You cannot go back in. Yeah, Lambo's gonna get used to it. Has to get used to the Storm. Lambo heals premature. With that, he will lose an expansion. And we spoke about it. Right now, Trigger has the superior army. Why? Because Lambo's skipping lurkers. He's choosing to skip lurkers, coming in for the surround though. It does come in for the surround, show us the Storms. Oh, as we do collapse on the lurker, sorry, on the Immortals. The Immortals are going to be going down. Very nice trade here for Lambo. Lambo cleans up half of the army, but at the same time, Trigger is going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. And again, where are the lunkers? They're nowhere to be found. We got the zoning storms. I mean, they work. True. Oh my god. Calm down, Trigger. We don't want to waste them. It's a lot of storms. But GG gets called. There's nothing to defend. And Trigger, he will take a lead in the series. GG. Will take a lead in the series. And again, Lambo, very, very surprising for Lambo to kind of approach the game the way he did. I'm shocked to see that Lambo, after the failed Lair Tech all-in, he did decide to take up into Greater Spire. I didn't emphasize that. I pointed out the Spire, but it was Hive into Spire into Greater Spire. Like, that is so ambitious. That is so crazily ambitious to believe that you can survive long enough to get into Broodlords. Like, that was the plan? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Obviously, it's a more awkward transition into Broodlords and a more awkward transition into Greater Spire. Without lurkers to slow the game down, your army is just so fragile. It's such a fragile army there for Lambo, as you saw, with storms, with splash damage, with charge-outs as well. Like, Lambo, he could not get into that Greater Spire. It was, again, just very, very ambitious to try to do so. GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, Trigger does take a lead. Let's go. Let us go. This is probably the best EVP map in the map pool. I'm surprised Trigger didn't veto it. Would I agree with that? Maybe. Oh, sorry, we should just get the other casters in. Just because, winding it back here, Pylon is the best map for all-ins, and we often do see a lot of all-ins in ZVP. You can make an argument for maybe some of the other maps. I don't know if I would like lean towards, like, I don't think it matters to bring up Torches, because Torches is almost never played, right? Like, Torches does have a better win rate, but at the same time, Torches is the second most vetoed map in the map pool, right? Like, Last Fantasy and Torches, they are a rare sight. Like, we're going to bring them up. It's fine. We're not going to talk about Last Fantasy and Torches. They're a non-factor. Non-factor. He needs to get across the map. He needs either that or start a tech transition, because Lambo nearly has Hive done. The Hive doesn't matter. As we were trying to point out, Lambo, he wasn't taking up into lurkers. So even though, yes, he was working towards the Hive, like, the Hive doesn't mean anything if you don't do anything with the Hive, right? There was no follow-up there for Lambo. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Lambo. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. Go. So now we are going to be settling in. And again, as we were mentioning, like, this defensive style that is already the meta in PvZ is stronger now. I will say that. Like, it is stronger. It is easier to turtle up on 3, 4, 5 bases just because of the big change to Storm, right? Like, because Storm now lasts so long, it buys more time. Like, it is a tool designed now to zone, to buy more time, to give the Protoss player more breathing room to be able to build up, catch up in that army. And as a result, all-in's going to be weaker, I feel. Depending on the timing, of course, but like, the all-in that Lambo went for, like, as you saw, like the scary thing is, like, I have to agree with something that Maples brought up. What's even scarier is that, like, these all-ins, they hit different on Pylon. They hit the best they can on Pylon, right? like Pylon, that is where you want to all-in. That's where it's going to be at its strongest. So if we're failing to all-in there, like, I don't have much faith for Ley Lines or for Tokamak or for Incorporeal. Like, I'm getting a little bit more concerned, which means the meta might have to shift a little bit here, and ZVP might become more stale as a result. Now, it's only day 1 of the patch. True, only day 1. I will say that because of the change to the Spire, we might even see a rise in popularity of Mutaplay. Like, we already see Mutaplay a little bit here and there, but we might see it a little bit more often to be able to just, like, get damage done early on and deal crippling damage and get ahead early on and get into a different game state. So true, like, Spire play is more accessible, and that also is going to factor in as well. But we'll see. We shall see. As again, like, right now it's purely theory. Right now it's still day 1 of the patch, so there's still a ways to go to really kind of settle and kind of formulate that kind of opinion. We'll get there. For now, standard opener out of Lambo, hatch gas pool into a third base. And Trigger, he should just be going for the same style. We should be seeing Stargate opener into +1 and blink into storm. Like, there's no need for the Protoss to really adjust. Really arise on Lambo. Now, when it comes to aggression, when it comes to all-ins, there are different forms, different flavors. Last game, we saw a Lair Tech all-in with purely Ling Bane Hydra. Meanwhile, we could see a 3-base all-in with Ling Hydra instead. We could see a German Taxi. We could see Drop Lord base play or Nidus base play as well. There are different ways to be aggressive, to be active, to get across the map and try to end the game. There's even styles which rush into fast Lurker Tech to hit with Lurkers as quickly as possible to end the game that way as well. So Lambo, he has a little build up his sleeve, and I would expect to see something different out of Lambo in game 2. As he does saturate his third. Evo Chamber is on the way. And once again, we're going for +1 melee. Once again, we're going for a much faster Baneling Nest. Again, I do want to point this out just because it is uncommon, or at least it was uncommon for most of this year, to get a Baneling Nest this quickly after +1 melee. You'd often just skip it and go straight into Ling Hydra. But both times now, Lambo, he's embracing those Banelings, and we can see potential with the Banelings as well. Like we saw that last game, there were some moments where the Banelings were surviving storms. They were surviving the storms and barely making it through. And it doesn't matter if the Baneling is on full HP or 1 HP, the point is that they make it through and they can still deal full damage. That extra little bit of survivability, I feel like, is going to be quite important in this matchup and is going to make Ling Bane more viable. But we'll see if it's going to be enough. So behind this, we have our Gateway Explosion. That's going to be quite a lot of gates, actually. So we have 4, it's going to be 6 gates set up here on 2 bases. Gases are taken. Oh, I see. Cheeky build out of Trigger. So he does take his gases. You can see he's undersaturated. Only 2 on the left, only 1 on the right when it comes to saturation of these simulators. Likewise here in the natural, undersaturated as well. The gases are fake. Basically, these are fake gases. 3-base all in. 3-base all in. We're going for an 8 gate. It's all or nothing for Trigger. Cheeky move. Cheeky move. Jesus. Yeah, cheeky move. Bane's roll in. No! They do roll in. They crash into the middle line. Probe's going to be going down. They have massive connections. And while Trigger was gearing up for his all-in, the Ling Bane does hit first. Does hit hard. And every probe goes down. It's going to be 17 probe kills. Now, the plus side is that Trigger was already going all-in, but he's bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Yeah, bleeds out a lot. And he's up against Mass Ling. And here we go. How many gates? 8. So we can warp in 8 Stalkers at a time. Again, it's all or nothing for Trigger. Here he comes, and he has a massive Stalker army. Let's go. As he moves out, Lambo going for another counterattack. One way or another, the game is about to end. Ling's hit the mineral line. Trigger, he's going to go for it. He's going to send it. The Hydras are slowly amassing. Oh. It does blink everything at once, though. Yeah, Stalker's going to be going down. Lambo holds. Lambo, he's holding. Yeah, we're lacking the control here. We're lacking the reinforcements. Trigger, he's supply blocked. No, being supply blocked in the middle of an all-in is brutal. Ay. He can't reinforce. And Trigger, he should not be able to push through. Yeah, so a fumbled all-in here by Trigger. He's got more pylons on the way. He's still trying to make this work, but there are too many Hydras at this point. Too many Hydras. Lambo, he has the high ground. He has plenty of links to chase down as well. As Lambo does catch a couple of stalkers. 1, 2 stalkers going down. And there's no third base behind this either. So from here, Lambo is snowballing out of control. Again, Trigger, the attempted hidden 3 base all-in out of Lambo, but before we could really get it going, by Trigger, Lambo, he was able to cripple him. GG gets called, and Lambo ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, a cheeky build here by Trigger, trying to hide his all-in, trying to commit, but again, before he could get his all-in going, Lambo, he hit the third base, he crippled the economy. GG. GG, well, but even supply blocked as well. Like, that was even more so brutal. The Trigger, he'll supply block, so despite having all these gateways, despite having minerals and gas, he could not spend his money. GG. And with that, we're getting all the way into the ace match. We'll see how the story ends. We'll see who will claim the series. So far, the all-ins have been struggling. Game 1, Lambo, he attempted, failed. Game 2, Trigger attempted, failed as well. Game 3, oh god, what were the vetoes? We were just talking earlier about some of the more aggressive maps out there. What the hell were the vetoes? As Game 3 is Torches. We're loading into Torches. Torches known for cheese, known for aggression, known for all-ins. I'm a little bit shocked that this map made it through the veto process. Okay, let's go. It is a rare sight. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Torches, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen a player survive the gold base all-in. As Lambo, of course, he's mining through the gold minerals. He's going to be gaining access to the gold base, and he should claim this gold base for himself, and then from here, launch into an all-in across the map. It is very common, it is very standard, it is very difficult to defend, and I'm curious what Trigger's plan is, because he let this through the vetoes, so he must have something up his sleeve to deal with this. As he confirms that the wall has been broken, that the wall has been mined out, and Trigger, he will confirm the gold base. Okay, he's going for the Korean response, he's going for the cannon rush. herO Classic, they do typically respond to this with cannons. So with this, pylon's going to be thrown down, the forge is on the way. Here comes the rush. Now, ideally, this should force a cancel. Lambo doesn't see. Lambo, he doesn't see what's going on. The Overlord is going in, the Overlord will eventually confirm the forge. Forge is now done, pylon as well. Show us those cannons. So show us the cannons. Overlord goes in. There we go, cannons are on the way. Cannons are on the way. Yep, now Lambo is aware. The cannons, they should finish. And there's a cancellation. Not a bad start for Trigger. And Trigger, he should cancel these cannons. There we go. It does cancel. And from here we expand. From here we expand, we build on up. And Lambo, he's stuck on a one base setup here. So a very, very nice response here by Trigger. As you mentioned, herO and Classic, the Koreans, they are very fond of responding to this with cannon rushes. And Trigger, of course, spending most of his time in Korea nowadays, does respond in likewise fashion as well. So far, nice response. And I want to say that Trigger's in a slightly better position. I say slightly just because, of course, everything's a little bit off, right? The base is a little bit more delayed, the cyber core as well, just because of the faster forge. Lambo, he's double expanding, he needs to. Does double expand. Ooh, as from here, we're going for a very early Evo Chamber. Okay, so really fast Evo Chamber, +1 melee with link speed. Curious. Trigger's going for his own Stargate. Remember, the Stargate is delayed because the Cybercore was delayed because of the Forge. So all the timing is going to be a little bit off. Be a little bit off here. Sure, he does threaten another dive. Going for a Void Ray first. Interesting. With the help of the Void Ray, he should shut down the Overlords at least. Where do we go from there? From here, we can go into Glaives. Honestly, I would actually really enjoy Glaive Ups from here. I think it'd be really smart. As Lambo, I'm sure he does not want to invest into a Roach Warren. Yeah, there it is. Twilight Council on 2 bases. Are we going into Glaives? Ooh, never mind. Wait, second Forge? Does Trigger know he already has a Forge? What? Wait, what? What is happening? Is he on autopilot? Like, you are so accustomed to getting a Forge with the Twilight Council. Are we actually getting into 1-1? Are we going into charge? Like 1-1 charge lots? Like, that's the only thing that makes sense in my mind, unless this is a mistake, right? Like, this could be muscle memory, or we could be going into 1-1 upgrades. Yeah, it's muscle memory. It's you can't afford an Oracle and an upgrade and the upgrade on the Twilight Council as well. Yeah, we don't have the gas for it. So so it looks like this was muscle memory. As we can't do anything, we just don't have the gas to do anything with the Forge. But it is charge, which means this could be Trigger like kind of like going with the punches here. Like, he realized, I'm sure, he's like, oh, I have a Forge. I guess I may as well go charge and then get into +1 armor. So yeah, there we go. Armor is on the way. It is later. So again, this is a bit of a messy build, a little bit shaky, but this makes the most sense alongside charge. And hopefully Lambo doesn't go into Banelings. Hopefully. So far, Lings are being thrown away. Now, back at home, we have no Roach Warren, we have no Baneliness, we're going for the Lair. Looks like Ling Hydra. If that is the case, then Zealots have their place here. They have their place, they can do some damage without Banelings to worry about, and that's going to be +1 range as a follow-up. Trigger, he has a window in time where he can do a lot of damage. He can do a lot of damage here with 1-1 charge lots. Assuming this goes unscouted. Bearing in mind that there are no Zealots here at the 3rd base, and the Zealots are hidden at the natural, intentionally so. Like, because of this, all the Link Scouts that we've attempted have seen nothing. Baneliness is now being thrown out, but it's late. Here come the Zealots. Chargers are moving out. Now they get revealed. Lambo's racing back home. He has to make his man. He's supply block. No, he's 6 over. A laser. A laser's back. Heavy supply block, and Trigger. He will take the series 2-1. GG. Ay. Oh, that was brutal. That was so unfortunate. Basically, we didn't see a final fight because Lambo, as soon as he saw the Zealots moving out, as he mentioned, no Roach Warren, no Bailey Nest, and he got supply block instantly as soon as the armor was revealed. It's like he just couldn't do anything. There was literally nothing he could do. He could pull the boys, I guess, into 1-1 Zealots. Ay. GG, well played. Congratulations, Trigger. He does claim the series. And Trigger, he will advance on into the next round. Really unfortunate there for Lambo. Again, Lambo, he didn't see the tech. He didn't know what was going on. As we mentioned, Trigger, he was intentionally hiding his Zealots in the natural. He was hiding them, so Lambo never saw the charge lots. He never saw what was going on, and he was caught with his pants down because Lambo was cutting corners, trying to be greedy because of the early game. I don't blame him, right? Remember, Lambo, he was cutting corners because he had a very late natural and a late 3rd base as well, because of the cancelled gold base. So greed was on the mind, which if you remember, that's why I wanted to see Glaive Adepts, right? I wanted to see Glaives to punish Lambo. Instead we saw charge, but kind of the same story, the same end goal. in the end, it did break through. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that. Congratulations to Trigger. And with that, we're now getting into our next series potentially. Let's go. Let's follow Trigger. From the beginning though, from the top, we have Percival. Percival takes out Ordinary 2-1. Nicely done there by Ordinary to take a game off of Percival. Very impressive. Now going up against Clem in the next round in the PVT. Winner goes up against Trigger in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have Lambo. We have MaxPax. MaxPax takes down a Laser 2-0. Great to see a Laser return. A Laser, he has not been playing much StarCraft 2 as of late, so great to see him as a part of the bracket, as a part of the tournament. But MaxPax does knock him out. Scrolling down, actually, I should. There we go. Trying to make it a little bit easier to see. MaxPax is waiting for the winner of ByuN and Nightmare. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have Classic versus Mixu. We have Bunny versus Creator, herO versus ryung, and Skillus. Ooh, he 2-0's Rogue. Oh boy, that is impressive, papi. Okay, Nikita. Ay. Skillus takes down Rogue 2-0. And, you know, I was hoping that we could at least see a little bit of Zerg representation in the quarterfinals. At least we casted some Lambo, right? Like, I'll be transparent. The reason why we jumped on Trigger initially was because I knew that we would cast Lambo, and I wanted to cast some Zerg before they got knocked out of the tournament, and we achieved that goal. We got to cast some Zerg before it becomes pure PvT. Let's go. we got there, man. We got there. As Rogue is out, and I believe the only Zerg player left is Mixu. So it's a best of luck to Mixu, papi. Best of luck. Aye. As for now, we are going to be, of course, waiting for Clem and Percival to wrap up to follow that into Trigger. Otherwise, we have some other really high-profile matches underway. I look forward to seeing Bunny versus Creator. That's going to be a spicy TVP. ByuN versus Nightmare, also going to be very spicy as well. Best of luck. Best of luck. If you know that Eva got scattered, you should expect Charge or Glaives. Honestly, that's a fair assumption. Is that a fair assumption? Maybe. I feel like there are definitely Protoss players that scout the Evo Chamber but still go into +1 and Blink regardless. They just go into, like, they play more defensively and go into earlier Storm. But I guess I would agree in the sense that, you know, skipping your I was gonna say, like, skipping your Baliness is risky there, of course, but at the same time I also understand that Lambo was really greedy, right? Like, because of the shaky early game. So there's a lot of factors that came into play there. I don't know if I blame Lambo too much, but yeah, GG. Keen to see how herO performs. I mean, herO, he 3-0'd Clem this morning. Like, herO, he was looking very, very informed this morning against Clem. But we'll see if they have a rematch. Personally, I would love to see a rematch between herO and Clem, but we'll see if that occurs. No one bet on Trigger? No shot. Where was the faith in the chat, papi? Where was the faith? I love how I think Sort of and Lambo both have a Laser Lord emotes. I think. No. I think they both got them. Oh. Oh, okay. This I was not expecting. Let's go. All right, so we're getting our next series. We're getting to our next matchup here. Clem and Percival, they are mid-series, and we are currently tied up 1-1. Okay, let's go. Here we go. Sorry, just quickly setting up. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, the French Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Percival. Here we go. Here we go as we are getting into our initial TVP. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. We are tied up 1-1. This is the final game of the series, and this could go either way. Very impressed to see that Percival did take a map off of Clem's Protoss. Not an easy feat to accomplish here. But depending on the maps, I can definitely see that happening. Percival, he's a very aggressive player. I would favor Percival on these smaller maps like Pylon and... we'll see, like Torches as well, but we'll see how our players do approach each other here on Tokamak. I would say that Clem is going to be more favored on a larger map like Tokamak. Or Ultralove, that's what I was looking for. Like Pylon, like Ultralove. But now that we're settling in, and we'll keep an eye on our Terran. Double gas opener, faster factory, earlier tech added Percival into a delayed CC. And with this, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion, we can go into committed mine drops, we can go into early Cyclones. We'll see where Percival does take us. We'll see. And again, as a reminder, the winner of the series plays against Trigger in the next round. Oh boy. Opening up. I have yet to really see Clem's Protoss in this patch as well. I've only seen this Terran, so I don't really know what to expect. I mean, I still expect to see standard play. I've seen some players embrace Colossus instead of Storm, true, so I'm curious to see if Clem is one to do so. As Colossus can fare quite well against players that rush into Ghost. And meanwhile, Clem, he will look to delay the CC. Picks up the Reaper, gets onto the SCV, and one more shot. Ooh, barely does delay. Not bad. Delays the command center. We have another Death moving in. But this time, Percival, he should be fine. Yeah, he should shut this down. Nice control, pulls away the weakened Reapers, and Percival does defend. Defense back at home, and Clem, regardless, or Clem back at home, he should be opening up with extra gateways. There we go, Robo on 2 bases, and we could even go for extra gases on 2 bases as well. We'll see how safe we plan on being. Meanwhile, ooh, KDA charge pops up. Stalker knocked out of position. Voids are being pulled, and Percival, can he kill some probes here? The shield battery does finish up. Just in time. Very clutch, very close. Shield battery is done, and Clem holds. He does hold, he does defend. Zones away Percival. Behind this, Percival going to high flight rotors. Again, this is a style, this is a tech kind of transition that was already rising in popularity in TVP, but now is even stronger as it does take less time to research. So going to Speed Banshees. Again, the rationale for going to Speed Banshees is nowadays Protoss players do open up Robo on 2 bases that much more often. And detection is already a given. Oh. Who is it? Who is it? Oh no! Is it me? No, Indy! Emil! Feels Indy, man. Indy, of course, is the Polish caster, the Polish commentator, and unfortunately, looks to be having some latency issues. Feels Indy, man. Not like this. Is the new Emil. Ah. Lost my train of thought. All right, of course. But nowadays in the current meta, it is very common for Protoss players to get their Observer and get their Robo on 2 bases that much faster. It is less common to skip and to delay the Robo. So because of that, Cloak Banshees are less effective. So going into Speed Banshees makes a lot more sense to get a little bit more value and to be able to give yourself a little bit more micro potential with that harassment. As Indy is going to time out. Just time out. Have light rotors on the way. I hope that everything's okay on the side of Indy, and hopefully he's able to join us once again. If his stream did go down. Indy! Ah. Yeah, speaking of, you can see that the observers rallied into the main. Observer gets across the map. Clem, he could attempt to blink, but for now he gets a full scout. He does confirm, and he has to be careful with the observer. Does siege, does unsiege. Nicely done. We'll save it. Blinks in, going for the tank. One more volley, tank goes down. Massive pickup. Takes down the tank, picks up a couple of Marines. Does pull away. Of course, the observer is revealed when it's in siege mode, but there's nothing to hit it, to be honest. Like the Marines that don't have the range, there's no Viking. So Clem, he just taunts Percival with the observer. So what are you gonna do about it? You can see me, so what? True. As the Banshees, they get across the map, they get spotted. I mean, at least now Percival's on notice. Like, he knows that there's an observer somewhere in between his bases. Oh, they revealed themselves. Protostar exhibitionists? Maybe more so in this patch. Previously, they were very discreet. Like previously, you know, they kept to themselves, right? Observers, at least. Now the Protoss, they want you to know that they're looking at you. They, oh no. Is that exhibitionist? I'm sure this is like another phrase that I'm unfamiliar with, but yeah. They want you to watch, Pappy. They want you to... Oh no. They want the Terran to see. That's now Percival, he does commit. Behind this, he's 2 base all in. I should have emphasized that. 2 more ranks here, so 2 base all in. He doesn't pull the boys, but he is very dedicated here. And there is Storm. Oh, Storm is done. Again, one way or another, either Percival kills Clem or he dies trying. Openly voyeuristic. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I was thinking of that. Ah, no. As we do have 4 tanks pushing in, true. Tanks are getting within range. Gateway's going to go down, but that's still going to be a lot of storms, and here come the storms. Yeah, storms do come in. Storm on the bio. Storm on the tanks. Oh god, there's so many. And the storms, they shut everything down. The bio army crumbles, and remember, Percival, he was all in. Do we have another storm, though? Not quite. Yeah, no more storms. Percival, he still has a standing army. Still rallying across the map. There's 2 more Templar. Prism is low. Prism is very low. Tank is going to be targeted. Another tank behind this as well. No target firing. Prism goes down. But now there's no more tanks. Yeah, there's no more tanks. And there's still 2 more storms. Oh, the Archon. The Archon. Archon gets kited. It's still quite close. Still very intense, but Clem is holding. Clem is holding. Behind this, he's on a 3 base economy. Another storm lands. Percival rotating over. Liberators did survive. Percival down to 2 tanks. Liberators, they do zone away. Oh, the High Templar! Ooh, massive shot goes off. 1 Templar goes down. Yeah, does get 1 Templar. Gets another. Very nice target firing, only 1 Storm. And Percival, has he done it? Not quite. Barely done. But a really nice target firing from the Terran. He got 3 High Templar and only 1 Storm landed. I want to believe in Percival. Like, he might have enough here. He kites back. Liberation has arrived. He's getting us over the Immortals. No Storm. Without Storm, there's no defense. Yeah, he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3, he gets all 4 Immortals. And Percival, he's done it. He has done it here. He breaks the backbone of Clem. Again, the target firing for the tanks was brutal. Okay, he's got 1 Storm. He's got 1 Storm back. He's holding. Okay. Clem, he's holding on. He's surviving. Surviving. Gets on top of the tank. Tank goes down. A nice pick of fear by Clem. It's still very messy. Oof. Medevac falls. Still very close. Clem, in the midst of all this, gets another expansion. This is crazy, by the way. Getting a 4th base in the middle of a 2 base all in. He's lost his mind. Ay, ay, ay. As we need, how many gateways are we on? 8. Okay. 8 gates. We need warpins. We need warpins. We need gases as well. True, gases here are quite limited here for Clem. Dropping into the main. I'm not too fond of the idea of wasting storms in the mineral line, but he's going for the storm drop. Ooh, 1 Templar goes down. We lose 1 Templar. At the same time, Liberator across the map gets 5 probes. Both players losing workers, but again, Clem did lose he did lose a Templar. Losses that Clem cannot afford. Oh. It's now diving on the tank. Yeah, diving on the tank. Storm's going to be coming in. Nice pickup control. Yeah, nice micro. Storm in the bio. Personally splitting his heart out. He's spreading as much as he can. The pre-splits. Trying to anticipate their storms. There it is. GG. GG. Percival. He runs out of steam. That was a very long 2-base all in, by the way. That was very long, very intense. And Clem, he will survive. He will take the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. That was not an easy hold, not an easy defense there from Clem. Again, there were some really key moments where Percival was able to snipe the High Templar with the tanks, where he was able to snipe the War Prism as well, where he was able to take away a lot of the firepower of Clem, and when he reset the Immortal count as well. Very close, very intense, very clutch, but in the end, Clem, he survived, and Clem will advance on into the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Clem, he does advance on, and we know where we're headed. It's going to be another TVP. Clem, he'll face off against Trigger in the quarterfinals. Let's go. No shot. No shot. No shot. Rex is smudging. Rex. True. So if you're curious as to what Rex just said, he was like 8 Protoss in the round of 8. Nice. So speaking of the round of 8, so Skillus, he took down Rogue 2-0. Ryung took down, Hero took down Ryung 2-0. So we have Hero versus Skillus in the bottom of the brackets. We have Creator, he takes down Bunny. Classic is favored over Mixu. I got some hopium for Mixu, okay? I got some hopium for Mixu, but most likely going to be Classic versus Creator. Then we have Max Pax takes down Laser. Nightmare 2-0's ByuN, so we have Max Pax and Nightmare. We have Trigger over Lambo, and then we have Clem. Clem, who's like half a Terran, half a Protoss. You know, we at least have one. We have like half a Terran in the round of 8. We got to let's go, baby, let's go. We got half a Terran, no Zerg. Vamonos, baby, vamonos. GG. But yeah, Rex is smudging. Much love to Rex. Much love to Rex. I think Clem would agree with it. As in, he would be like, yeah, he's half a Terran. He's no. I see this. I thought Clem was playing Terran. Why is he playing Protoss? If you're maybe a little bit newer to StarCraft, you might not be familiar, but for the past year, Clem has been playing Protoss. Clem, he does not play TVT. The last time he played TVT was in December of 2024. So it's been, so I say a year, it's been like 11 months. Like 10/11 months since, because it was the beginning of December. True, the beginning of December. So it's been 11 months since Clem has played a TVT. Almost a full year. Almost a full year. So Clemmy does not play TVTs. It is his weakest matchup, so his answer to deal with his weakest matchup is to play Protoss instead, which he finds easier than playing TVT. Has been the case for 11 months. 11 months. One-third Protoss. Ah, no. For those that are curious if Clem would ever make the full switch, Clem, he has been vocal about this before. The one thing stopping him from switching to pure Protoss is PvP. PvP is his weakest matchup. It's his weakest matchup. Weaker than his versus Terran and versus Zerg. So it is something that he is not quite embracing yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I like how Leona in the chat typed hero twice. Ah, no. Oh, the hero. But here we go. We're diving into our first series, our first best of 3, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Torches, we have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself representing Team Liquid in Atlanta, France. It is a Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PVT. See in chat, has Clem played in the Evolution League? I don't recall. No. Clem does not play in SC Evo. Max Pax, he has played a little bit. So you might be thinking of Max Pax, but Max Pax, he has played a little bit of SC Evo. He's played like 2 weeklies or something. Played a little bit of it. But not Clem. Voria is watching. Exhibitionist is putting her bits on display. Observers are absolutely opening up the trench coat. I know. Ah, no. They're flashing everyone. Aye, aye, aye. They want you to see. Finale. We are settling in. Welcome to Torches. Torches is one of the more viewed maps in the map pool, so I'm a little bit surprised to see Torches as a part of this series. And coming into this, the rush distance by air is very short. As a result, Banshee play is quite common, quite popular on this map. Because of the popularity of Banshee play, we did see a rise of Stargate play as well to hard counter Banshees and to gain control early on. So the meta has been shifting back and forth a little bit here on Torches, and we'll see if Trigger is tempted into Stargate play if he does open up Twilight Council instead. For now, Economic Open out of Clem, going for a Rax Expand, single gas out of our Terran player. Meanwhile, Trigger back at home, going for a standard opener so far himself. Of course, we have the goal base, but in TVP, this goal base doesn't really come into play until a longer and later game, until like a split map scenario. But that is a rare thing. It's quite rare. Okay. Clem, too young to operate StarCraft 1 units? there are some like 15-year-old players that are playing StarCraft Evolution that I don't think ever touched Brood War. Like GG Machine, right? Like GG Machine, he does play SE Evo. A little bit of it. I want to say, who else? There's another that's like slipping my mind. But there's like a couple of players that are trying out SE Evolution that never touched Brood War. Never touched it. The Zoomers, happy the Zoomers. That's now Trigger does poke in. Behind this, we have our 1-1-1 setup. Trigger, he has yet to get a full scout. And don't get shut down. Ooh, and hopefully everything is okay as we do get a little bit of a pause. We are on US West, and I believe Trigger... actually, I don't know for certain. I know that Trigger, he went back to Canada for a little bit for the tournaments, but I'm pretty sure he's back in Korea right now. I could be mistaken though. I think he's back. Don't have to remind us. Yeah, he's back. Yeah, okay. Mudfish time. Let's go. Don't have to remind us that there are players younger than StarCraft itself. There are. God. There are some babies out there playing SE2. Babies. For now, Trigger again, he is going to be getting his Robo here on 2 bases, throwing down extra gateways. It is not uncommon to take all 4 gases on 2 bases as well, especially in the current meta. So we'll keep it on Trigger. We'll see if he does take extra gases. For now, he's on 2 gates. And Clem does go for his early move out. Remember, this is stimless. No stim, no combat shields. No upgrades. Yep, we are getting up to 4 gases. But again, this is more common nowadays. Much more common. Army's revealed. Trigger out of position. The shield battery is going to be going down. Not bad. Yeah, nice time with the shield battery. Marines, they start to step in. Nice dodge on the lock-on. Does break. Ooh, down goes another shield battery. Another battery goes down. Lock-ons are being broken. Yo, the Cyclone not instantly relocking on is crazy. It's working as intended, Patty. Oh my god. Yeah, with that Trigger, he will clean this up. He will shut this down and cleans up every single Marine. And Trigger holds. There was some nice damage. Was able to get 2 probes, 2 shield batteries as well. But Trigger, he does zone away. And when you take 4 gases on 2 bases, we're typically going for Storm. So again, Storm before the 3rd base. This is why all-ins have full amount of favor in this matchup. Is because of how safe Protoss players have been. Trigger does pull away. So again, Trigger going for a delayed 3rd base. Because of that, if Clem didn't push, if Clem was more greedy, more economic, then Trigger would be in a really rough position. But thankfully, Clem has been very aggressive. He's been very aggressive into a hybrid defensive player because Storm is about to begin, right? Storm is about to start. Speaking of, there it is. Storm is on the way. So a really fast Storm out of Trigger. Clem is still trying to be active. Oh, does get a tank. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by Clem. Does not pick up. Let's Trigger gets the kite back. A little bit of awkward control there. The Immortal does try to pull away. Getting very low. Storm is not yet complete. Oh no, the Immortal goes down. Yeah, the Immortal does fall. Nice pick up on the tank. Gets one, gets both. But so many Stalkers go down. Still some expensive losses there for Trigger. Chasing down the Raven. Trades against the Marines. And Trigger holds. Yeah, Trigger, he does hold. And behind this, again, Clem, he just now begins a 3rd CC. Just now, 3rd CC on the way. Extra Maxes. Goes Academy as well. It's all quite delayed here for Clem. And it did pay off for Trigger to, again, just stay on 2 bases, not much longer. Now pick up Marines. Storm is now complete. Oh. Oh no! Liberator does not get away. The Lib goes down. And Clem is in a rough position. Oh, true, the Raven did survive. True. Did survive. Clem has potential. Now, when it comes to Trigger, he does have a big power spike here with his spellcasters, with his High Templar, but I don't think it's wise to push up the ramp into the natural here on torches. I feel like we should just calm down, wait for the Terran to come to Trigger. Take it easy, buddy. Take it easy. Or at least wait for Clem to expand. Speaking of, here comes the expansion. Here comes the third. So as Clem expands, now he's exposing himself. So Clem is becoming more exposed. His army is now positioning here on the low grounds. This is where Trigger can start to push in. But for now, Trigger just staying at home defending. There's the Raven. Oof, getting caught out. Time to heal up again. True. The Raven can just back off and heal up. I see in the chat, what bracket is that bracket on? Is it Faceit? StarCraft 2 tournaments do not use Faceit. StarCraft 2, most if not every tournament is on Challenge. Challenge is a different tournament bracket that has been around for a very, very long time. I think Faceit is mainly like CS:GO brackets, question mark. Clem is being active. Don't forget to hydrate. Robo is on the way. Bay as well, working towards Colossus. And this is where the new Ghost is going to come into play. So winding it back here, for those that do not remember, the Ghost now requires less supply. So from 3 to 2. So the Ghosts are now cheaper supply-wise, so you can make more Ghosts. The downside is the Ghost is now a light unit. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, oh, that works and that mainly impacts like Ling Bane micro against Ghost. That is one factor, that is true, but another big factor is the Colossus. If you were here this morning, Shameless, he rolled the hell over ByuN with ByuN rushing into Ghost, and Shameless, he was actually skipping Storm going into fast Colossus production, and ByuN just could not keep up. He could not keep up, not with the heavy Ghost composition. The Ghosts were just melting against the Colossus. So Colossus are going to be definitely a big power spike here for Trigger. Viking production has already begun, and we'll see how the armies do engage with each other, as both players are maxing out. So the Ghosts are a lot more vulnerable, more so than they used to be. The Ghosts are a lot more fragile. Scan reveals a Colossus. The main army's moving in. How many storms? 6. 6 High Templar. Take a look to move in. Storm does zone. I mean, the zoning hits quite different here. It does zone away. Clanking Storm's going to be coming in. Does connect. Does connect. We have more storms available as well. Clem has to back up. Army stems in. He commits. He's going for it. Yeah, does go for the dive. The first 2 Colossus are going to be going down. Does get one. The other barely survives. Yeah, Jesus, the storms are brutal though. But we're running out of storms, running out of splash damage. Now without splash damage, Trigger has to get the hell out of here. Down to 1 Colossus. 0 storm. Trigger, whatever saying, are welcome, I feel. Thankfully, Clem doesn't chase. Doesn't chase. Trigger, he has to back off. We go to warp in more High Templar. Clem scans. He's going for it. Nice EMP. Have the reinforcing Templar. Down to 1. The army is heavily overstimmed. One more storm would be ideal. Now getting another Colossus. How many Vikings? Only 4. Oh. Yeah, only 4 Vikings. That is a concern. Now we're building up to 3 Colossus. We got 2 more on the way, getting up to 5. Yeah, nice focus firing here on the Vikings. Colossus, they can go to town. 1 Viking left. Yeah, 1 Viking remaining. The Colossus, they just mowed down the ByuN army. But they at least tried to. He's stimming in. Nice concave. Nice concave. He does break through. And not enough support. Not enough support. Barely not. The Colossus, they're on their own. They're on their own. Clem breaks through. He breaks through, but doesn't quite keep pushing. Now, what's concerning here is that Trigger, he can rebuild, he can remax. He's already up to 3 Colossus. High Templar morphing in. The lack of gas income is hurting him, true. Like, we're staying on a very low gas count. And it does feel like we've been missing some Zealot war pins. Oh. How many Vikings left? Getting to 6. Okay, solid Viking count. Viking count is solid. Nice storm in the ByuN. This is where I would love to see, instead of more Colossus disruptors, like the Viking count is getting quite high. That's a lot of Vikings. We got 6, soon to be 10 Vikings. Trigger, where we headed? Don't get surrounded. Does rotate around. Okay, does rebuild. Still very tense. Speaking of disruptors, here we go. They're on the way. How many robos? 2. Still only 2. The disruptors are coming. Oh, bit of a premature storm. Yeah, a little bit premature. These are the only 2 Templar as well. Trigger, he has 1 storm available. He pulls back. He pulls back. He does not energy overcharge. And we need those disruptors. Maybe connects. That's the 1 storm. Disruptor has arrived. Nova does zone. No connection. Nice saving the Colossus. Nice save. Clem is moving in. 1 storm again. Grazes the army. Disruptors are coming. Trigger is on the chase. Disruptors have arrived. Shows us Novas. Once again, a little bit premature. A little bit premature there, but more disruptors are coming in. There we go. Nova goes off. Does connect. Do you have another Nova? Needs another. Oof. And catching out a Ghost. Ghost goes down. No, Nova does not quite connect. Nice target firing. Oh! Oh my god! I think it connected, Matthew. Ay, ay, ay. Trigger does end a Nova. Juicy Nova, Matthew. Ay, ay, ay. Trigger is holding his own. Catching up the Raven. Getting more disruptors. Trigger does have a flanking storm. Once again, that doesn't quite connect. Nova's popping off. Ooh, nice target firing though. Yeah, claiming target fire as well. Denies the Novas. Catching out Templar. There's 2 Templar remaining. Trigger trying to chase him down. Oh. And these Vikings, they're turning into, oh god, as he does crazy army. 3 ghosts going down. That's a lot of Vikings for 1 Colossus. They're a little bit dead supply. And Colossus does fall. Vikings are not helping. Another brutal connection. The divers. Oh my god. They're popping. Oh no, not again. Ooh, does overshoot. Ah, that had potential. That had a lot of potential. Trigger does overshoot. Still hanging on. Oh, Liberators have arrived. True. No range yet. But it doesn't quite connect. Trigger getting a little bit trigger happy there. Calm down, Batty, calm down. Trying to send those Novas. Another base goes down. Trigger, he is at least still expanding, taking more bases. Fresh bases on the way, rotating over. Hasn't really touched the economy of Clem, hasn't been able to. Ooh, please add a disruptor. Get some rough movement. Rough movement at the trigger. Steering forward once again, we'll lose an immortal. Nice pickles here by Clem. Stellar Runmine runs his all planetary, won't do much. And Trigger is getting bullied here. Ah, god, losing what? That's like, what, the 3rd disruptor already in these past couple of moments. And Trigger is falling apart a little bit here, throwing away another disruptor. He needs those Novas. We can't be throwing them away. Oh, who is it? Indy? Me? The Indy! No! Feels bad, man. Indy. Unfortunately, 2nd time today. Indy, he's our Polish caster, of course. Much love to Indy, much love. But today is not his day. Today is not his day. 2nd time now. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Indy. Por favor. Poland is struggling. Poland's fine. It's just, unfortunately, Indy. Well, but someone has to take up that Emil mantle. Someone's got to do it. You know? Someone's got to lift it up. Here it's Indy. Someone's got to carry that mantle back. Yeah. There must always be one Emil. Always. As Trigger is going to calm down. The Liberator count is getting a little bit out of hand. With a high Liberator count, this is when you do have to, or typically you are required to switch into Sky Toss. Finally, we get some kind of economic damage. Storming some of the bio. Zelsay move in. But the Liberation here is just brutal. Liberation has arrived. There's too much freedom. Too much back. Now, you can brute force this with a gateway composition, but it is difficult. It is difficult to break through and to get under those Liberators. It is not easy. So there's a lot of pressure here on Trigger. And Clem does have the advantage. Oh, nice snipe. No detection. Cells, they do get a ghost. They catch some army. And you can see how safe these Liberators are, for the most part. Oh. You know, some Vikings here and there. Major pickups. And again, Trigger, he's not set up to get into Skytoss, to get into his Tempest. Novas are connecting though. Clem not paying attention. Oh my god, he will lose everything. Yeah, Clem moments in supply. He will lose his main army. At the same time, Zelce busts into the middle line. As 7 more SCVs going to be going down. Trigger, now's the time. Get the libs. He's moving in. Getting 1, 2, 3 liberators going to be going down. Nice pickups. Clem falling apart a little bit here. Making mistakes. Clem does make some mistakes. Trigger, how many gateways are we on? 14. We need those warp ins. We need those charge slots. The lack of gas is hurting. Yeah, gas is just not being taken. We need more gas. There it goes up. Poof. Does connect. Storms will punish. Clem, he runs through the storm. Oh god, he's running through the storms. Not like this. Clem, calm down. Respect the storms. Now, while Clem is distracted, the planetary does barely go down. Trigger collapsing in, coming from behind. Picks up another Liberator. It's not quite. There we go. Liberator goes down. Now going back to Colossus. No more Vikings. Still very intense. On the one hand, Trigger, he's been getting some better pickups, but at the same time, he keeps on losing his High Templar and his Disruptors. Like, Trigger's had some very expensive losses. That's why the low gas count is hurting him. You know, to retain that portion of the army is just not happening here. And Clem is just out trading. He's just out scaling. Clem just chasing him down. Going down more liberation zones. So, because they work through some of those liberators, only some though. Ay. The Freedom bullies Trigger back. Oof. Yeah, Colossus, they cannot engage. Trigger catching reinforcements, not bad. Forcing back Clem. Clem turns around. Catching out Medevacs, catching out Liberators as well. Trigger, some nice pickups. He's looking for damage. He's like, where can I find a base that is not a planetary? ¿A dónde, baby? ¿A dónde? Zelce do a full lap. They don't find a base to move into. At least the Zelce make it out. Make it back home, kind of. Oh. Uh-oh. Has to be careful. This Trigger just cannot take these gold bases. This is hard work for the Terran. I mean, the Clem has had the advantage for quite some time because of his Mass Liberator. Like, I would say that Trigger has been punching up for the past, like, 8 minutes. And it's impressive. Like a lesser Protoss would have, or even an equivalent, if not greater Protoss, would have just died quite some time ago. So Trigger has been hanging in there. Hanging on. Like a solid 8 minutes. But again, it's still very much so an uphill battle. Clem has had the advantage, and Clem is moving in. And I don't see this army being stopped, so I'll be honest here. Storm does help zone, which tries to. Premier sims in, mass EMP, and Clem should just roll over. He should just roll over this army. Clem, he breaks through the main army, takes down the expansion. Again, like, this army cannot be dealt with. With Trigger, he just cannot keep up. The quality of the army just is not there. And again, it's been impressive that Trigger survived for as long as he did, but never doesn't quite connect. It never doesn't go up. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Clem, he will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, Clem, once he got into his Mass Liberator, he was in control of this game. I mean, I say that even before that, I was very impressed by the fact that Clem, he almost never lost any SCVs. It took a very long time for any kind of harassment to come out from Trigger. That is also partly because of the map, right? The map is a little bit more narrow, it's a little bit more congested, so it's more difficult to pull off these run-bys and counterattacks. As a result, Clem, his bases back at home were left for the most part untouched. There were some situations where eventually Trigger, he was able to get into the mineral lines, able to take down some bases, but they were few and far between, and for the most part Trigger, he could not quite keep up, and he unfortunately wasn't quite able to retain his high-tech army either. Time and time again, Trigger was losing High Templar, losing Immortals, losing Colossus, and losing Disruptors. That is why he had a really hard time rebuilding, remaxing. He had a lot of minerals, but he had no gas because he was losing all of his Robotech units. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game 2, and we'll see if Trigger can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game 2. Thank you for casting all these games. I recently found this channel and have been really enjoying the casting. Oh, thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it, do appreciate it. Less than 3. So now getting into our next game and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the French Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss. We have the blue Protoss himself, the Canadian Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. Glad he found us, glad he found us. Storm seems like a good zoning tool. Currently, especially when it comes to the late game, Storm is mainly a zoning tool, but as you saw, like, eventually Storm is a non-factor just because the ghost count gets so high and the liberator count gets so high as well. Like, Storm, it's something that becomes a part of the army, but you need those disruptors, and again, it can be really difficult to keep up with Mass Liberator without Sky Toss. Specifically on a map like Torches, you don't really get the momentum to get into Sky Toss. On these larger maps, for example, Ley Lines, Tokamak, Maganatha, I could see Trigger having a much cleaner transition into Sky Toss in the late game if it goes in that direction, as it should be easier for Trigger to maintain the fringe bases and max out. So again, the maps, they do factor in quite heavily, and now we're getting into Ley Lines. My internet is back. God up. Good to see you, Slayer. Thanks. Good to hear. Good to hear that your internet has returned. Good to hear. As the tournament is progressing. Here we do have a more economic opener here by Clem, just going Rax Expand into a delayed factory. Oh, hello, into a second Rax. You have my attention. Interesting. Does go for the second Rax. Behind this, we can go for, a third Rax, 2-base all in. This screams 2-base all in. This is a very old school build, actually, so I'm a little bit surprised to see it. Basically, what we're doing here is we're delaying the starport. Heavily delayed starport in favor of marine production, in favor of stim, in favor of a heavy bio composition in the early to mid game, and this typically leads into an all in. You can opt to skip the starport entirely and pull the boys. Pull the boys with like 2-3 tanks. Hyper aggressive out of Clem, and the hallucination sees everything, and Trigger, he knows. Trigger, he sees, he knows, he's fully aware of the 3 max. And behind this, Trigger should just play safe. Just play it safe. You get up to 3 gateways. Ooh, I do like this, going for a Dark Shrine. Specifically, if you believe your opponent is going for an all-in, DTs can work wonders. Why? Well, because scans are limited, especially when you're going for an all-in. You are muling as much as possible, right? You want to mule as much as you can, you want to squeeze out, and you want to get as many minerals as you can to pull this all-in off. So the scans are going to be quite limited. Going to be very limited here for Clem. So really smart play out of Trigger. Reaper Scout is denied. Oof. Reaper goes down. And Trigger even opening up Charge as well. Very safe. Now, if Clem were to get a third CC here and play defensive after being scouted, like, we can get into the mid game. Like, there's a world where Clem can just slow things down because he knows he got scouted. He can choose to expand. It's going to be awkward because it would mean that his stim timing doesn't lead to anything. So it's a hard pill to swallow for sure. As Trigger is moving in with the DTs, ideally you want to wait for Clem to move out, right? You want to wait for the Terran army to start pushing, and then you hit with the Dark Templar. But it looks like Trigger is going to hit first, which I'm not too fond of. You get the lock on the Prism. Prism is zoned away. Here we go, DT into the natural. There is a scan. Soon. Turret does fall. There's a first scan. We get one scan in the main. Prism is going to go down, but DT's to unload, and there's no more scans, but there is a turret. Yeah, the turret will finish in the natural, sorry, in the main. Turret on the way in the natural. Going for the add-ons. Okay. And hey, gets a tech lab. Oh no! Yeah, it was unfortunately was on a move. Still getting a couple of SCVs. Not bad. Lock-on is broken. Does force out another scan. Scan is forced out. We have defensive DTs, but I'll be honest, I don't know if this is enough damage. Like, because here comes the all-in. DTs are catching reinforcements. But this is still a massive army. I think this might just be too much. Yeah, there's the first scan. Trigger, I don't think he can save the base. Yeah, he cannot engage. It's not going to happen. Army Star steps in. Stalker's going down, and Clem is just going for the kill, going for the throats. The DTs just were not worth it. I say that. Oh, Trigger, he's holding. Okay. He's holding on. Oh, let's go. The DT. He's there to clean up. Do we have a scan? The answer is no. Wow, no scan. 3 damage. The DTs. It was close. Again, that fight there was brutal. He lost 2 Immortals, lost Stalkers. It was looking like it was going to be over then and there, but no, Trigger. He barely holds. He gets his 3rd. We got another DT waddling in. And remember, the longer this game goes on, the worse it is for Clem. Ooh, okay. Clem is being chased down. Oh, Trigger has to be careful. The Trigger, he does overextend. He should not be down here. Trying to bait out some mine shots. Leading out Stalkers. These are expensive losses for Trigger. DT now moving in. And Trigger, we're going to calm down. DT does chase. Oh. And a nice realization. He spots a DT. He's now working on a 3rd CC. Very late 3rd base out of Clem, but he's working on it. And without splash damage, it's still going to be a clutch hold. Still going to be clutch. There's the scan. Moving in. Does try to lock down the army. Mine just going off. Oof. Oh, brutal connections. Jeez, that's a lot of mines. Some of the mines do connect. Trigger, he's surviving. And we're taking up into Colossus. Okay. Colossus are on the way. Trigger, he's almost there. Casito, papi, casito. I'm rallying over towards the fourth. Speaking of Trigger, his fourth base is late. He needs that fourth expansion as Clem is now on a 3-base economy. Clem has a superior economy here. He's up on economy, up on mining. Trigger is going to be outscaled if he doesn't expand soon. Trigger is going for the run by. The run by, going for the counter attack. Still being active. Still pushing in. Now we finally have Colossus. Likewise, there are Vikings. Yeah, 6 Vikings already. Still no fourth? To Trigger. Clem is already working on a 4th CC himself. We need an expansion, papi. Ay, ay, ay. And Trigger is falling behind. He's falling behind Clem. He should be able to overwhelm and surpass the supply, the army supply. Clem should be the first to max out. And he should even be able to freely take up into Liberators. At this point, we might just go all in, to be honest. I think at this point, Trigger, he's going to be quite committed. He's on 2 High Templar, no Storm. Trying to move in. A lot of this will come down to the Vikings and their positioning. Trigger just now expanding. There are currently 9 Vikings, soon to be 11. Trigger, he does that position. Wedges himself into the bases. Clem out of position. Trying to race over. Poison being pulled. And Clem, can he make a stand? And he should reset the Colossus counts. All the Colossus are going to be going down. He has a heavy Marauder army. And Clem, he should just shut down this army. Yeah, he sims and he sims and he wins. Cleans everything up. That's all the Trigger had. He had nothing behind this. Still trying to get a 4th base. And now it's time to just send it. Clem has triple the army supply. Send it, papi, send it. Again, it was just a really rough game for Trigger. He just couldn't expand. He tried. He tried multiple times to get a 4th base, but he just could not expand. He was just outscaled. Could not keep up. Not economically. And again, that push from Trigger, he was all in. Like, it was all or nothing. That's all he had left. Clem, sims on forward, chasing down the Colossus. Colossus goes down, and Clem, he will break the 3rd. Down to 4 Stalkers. The copium is real. GG gets called as Clem. He will break through, he will overwhelm, and he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem. Again, game 1 was very close, very back and forth. Here in game 2, Trigger, he was just contained. He initially, it made sense because Clem was all in. Remember, Clem, he was all in, but it was a really shaky response out of Trigger. His response was going into DTs, going into Dark Templar, which did have a lot of potential, of course, but it does feel like they were a little bit lackluster. In the end, Trigger, he survived the all-in from Clem, but he never really had momentum himself. He was losing a lot of supply in the defense. It was a shaky defense there, and Clem was able to catch up and overwhelm and get his third base, keep up supply-wise, extend his lead. GG, well played. Oh. As we are getting into our next game, as we're getting into our next series. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our lower semis ready, it's going to be, we have two matches. We have two matches before us here. It's going to be a TVP between Clem and MaxPax and a PvP between herO and Classic. Let's go. Bam, as you can see here, we have our top 4. We have our top 4 players. We have Classic, herO, MaxPax, and Clem. We have our top 4 players, and we're here to determine which of the 2 Protosses will make it through to the grand finals. Let's go. As we are getting into our first series, Vitas are now done. Vitas are done, and we're getting into our first game. Game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Let's go. Just catching up with chat. Just catching up. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into our fresh series, and spawning in the right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1, his new team. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP, or sorry, into our PvP, into the first semis of the broadcast. See someone in the chat. Trigger doesn't use Storm because it's BM. Don't be a clown, Bappy. Don't be a clown. When it comes to Storm, as is being stated, it is a really solid zoning tool. I do think that the new Storm is most impactful in PvZ. I mentioned this before in the previous series between Lambo and Trigger, but from what we've seen so far, I mean, well, 2-gate opener out of herO, gate expand out of Classic, very greedy here from our Blue Protoss, but we saw it in the Lambo vs Trigger series. But the new Storm does mean that it is easier for the Protoss player to be more defensive and turtley in PvZ, and does make it easier, I would say, to defend turtle up on 4 bases and to max out and to get into Sky Toss. So that is my big concern regarding that. In TVP, I do think it's less of an issue because players are more incentivized to switch into Colossus and switch into Disruptors in a longer game state. Storm does have a bit of a timer when it comes to its usefulness. It can zone, but because of the massive amount of ghosts that come into play, then it's not as impactful. If you recall, if you recall, now there are going to be more ghosts because they take less supply, and High Templar are going to be more exposed because the cast range of Storm has been reduced. So Templar have to move further forward to actually land Storms, which means it's easier to EMP them. Storms, they're still really good at zoning in TvP as well, but as you've seen in all the TvP so far, eventually you get out of Storm into Colossus, into Disruptor. But it is definitely something that players still have to get used to in regards to getting out of Storms, in regards to microing against it. And I would say that there is still a really strong power spike when Storm first hits the field. When I talk about getting out of Storm tech and transitioning into Colossus, transitioning into Disruptors, that's in the mid to late game. Specifically though, when you can rush into Storm early, and I believe there should be an earlier timing with Charge Lot, Archon, Storm, where you can hit as the Terran player is transitioning, and that might also be an issue there. I would also say that all-ins are less favorable for Terran players now because of Storm. I would say that Storm is a stronger defensive tool, and all-ins should be less common now as a result from the Terran side of things. But it's all like theory for now, just because this is day one of the patch. For those that are unaware, just because there might be some discussion happening in the chat that's not aware of this, but the patch that is live right now is not the same as the PTR. The PTR patch was different to the live patch. The live patch, a bunch of changes were made, which were never tested. So there are a bunch of changes that went live that were never part of the PTR, so never got any testing. Part of that is, I believe, the cast range. Part of that is the size of Storm. The size of the Storm was reduced compared to on the PTR. So the Storm is smaller. It's smaller than what was on PTR, and also the ghost change as well wasn't on the PTR. So there's a bunch of changes that are live here that were not revealed earlier. So I do recommend checking out the patch notes. Do recommend it, because they are different to what the PTR was. As for now, we do have Classic getting away with more greedy build. herO, he is behind. You can see here 28 workers to 36. Why is he so far behind? Classic went gate expand. So really greedy build here by Classic, and herO, he failed to punish. So far, he has failed to punish. He's attempting to, though. Double Adept into the natural. Does commit to the Shade. Shades into the main. He can one-shot probes. Yeah, he can one-shot. Getting one, getting two probe kills so far, getting up to three. Three, not quite four. Does shade out. And here he tries to get away. 3 probes is nice, and remember, to make up for the late expansion, herO takes a faster third. So really fast third base out of herO to compensate for his worse economy. So hero's playing catch up. He's playing catch up. Behind this, we're getting into initially Oracle, then into Robo Production, into Immortals. So herO, he's going for a more robust army with the Immortal count. Classic has yet to tech up, I believe. Yeah, no Twilight counts. Oh, sorry, Immortal himself. Okay, same tech. Same tech. Both players getting to Immortals. Double Oracle into the natural. Classic's out of position. Yeah, very out of position. 8 probe kills. That should not have happened. Classic trying to do the same. hero's in position. The Beast has arrived, and the Oracle is going to be hunted down. Oof. Yeah, brutal loss for Classic. Classic, he had a lead. He started off with a lead with a very nice start, but alas, he will lose it. Losing the Oracle, losing probes, behind in the third base. herO has recovered. More than that. See Rabbax in the chat. Ay, ay, ay. Why are you so serious? I mean, it's hard to distinguish when someone believes that something is factually incorrect about the game, but they actually believe it, and they start I don't know, balance whining or crying about that sort of thing. I'd rather that not be a part of the Twitch chat. If you want to do that, go somewhere else. I'm sure there are other chats out there that let you cry about things. But now, moving in. We are moving in, collapsing the Immortals. Do go for the lifts here, but here he'll overwhelm, takes down the Immortals one after the other, catching out all the Stalkers. Stasis does run out. Stasis does run out here, and Classic, can he get the Immortals? Gets one, gets two, gets almost three. Yeah, messy fight here for herO. Trying to drag him in. Does bait him into the Stasis. Whew. The Stasis coming into play. And here he barely does take this fight. Shout out to the Stasis traps, by the way. Otherwise, the Immortal would have gone down. What a strange fight. Very messy. Very messy. As it settles here, he still has a greater economy. True. Still has a better economy. Building up, we do see Classic working towards Glaives, massive gateway explosion as well. This is very committed play here from Classic. Going Immortal into Glaive Adept doesn't really scale well into a longer game. Doesn't scale too well. So it's going to be one and done. And 0 upgrades, as in there's no forge, no +1. herO's working towards a much more standard composition. Yeah, +1 and charge instead. Without Archons, I do favor Classic in this next fight, depending on the size of the army, of course. herO gets in. He gets in once again. He gets 5 more probe kills. Coverage, kind of. When it comes to, I do see some people asking about Clem versus Max. Here for specifically LiuLi Cup, they are flexible. Some weeks they hold both semis, other weeks they don't. So just as a heads up, sometimes they hold it, sometimes they don't. This week they are holding the matches. We will be covering both semifinals, one after the other. So herO versus Classic first, and then Clem versus Max. We'll be covering both. Charge just now finishing up. Again, Mass Zealot Immortal. Adepts, they do actually trade quite well against Zealots, bear that in mind. Now we're charging in. Zealots collapse in. Force Fields, they zone away the Immortals. Immortals having a hard time pushing in. And Classic, can he hold his own? Are there too many Zealots? Yeah, there are. Yeah, so many Zealots here. herO, he overwhelms, swallows up the army. Classic, this is his final army here. His last breath, down to 2 Immortals. GG gets called, and herO will take a 1-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very intense, very back and forth game here. For the most part, herO was in the driver's seat. Initially, Classic had the better start. Initially, Classic had the better economy, and then herO just tore his economy apart with Adept harass, with Oracle harass. herO took a lead, and Classic was all in. Classic, he was all in. He could not scale well into a longer game, so he had to commit. We did have a messy and shaky fight in the middle of the map, but the reality is that Classic had to do more damage. Classic, he had to break a base or just kill herO. He failed to do either. He traded with the army instead, and with that, GG. With that, Classic was outscaled, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. So loading into Tokamak. Disruptor cooldown going from 21 to 17 apparently doesn't make them more appealing yet. I would say we've seen a lot of disruptors. If you've been watching the tournaments from today, so this tournament and Pegasus Cup, we have been seeing a lot of disruptors. In the past, we've seen players be a little bit more tentative about transitioning into disruptors, but we have seen them quite a bit actually in PvT, bearing in mind that when I say we've seen it quite a bit, you typically see disruptors in a longer and later game, getting up to your 4 or 5 base economy after your Colossus, right? Like once there's too many ghosts, once the ghost count gets high enough, once the Viking count gets high enough, then you typically do switch into disruptors, and we have seen that quite a bit so far. It's not like you're prioritizing disruptors over Colossus or over Storm. That is not the case. It is more so a tool used in a longer and later game. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And we'll see if Classic is one to go for another greedy build. Remember, last game, Gate Expand. He went for a very greedy opener, and we'll see if he does the same. We'll see if he does open up Standard. 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Classic. 2-gate opener out of herO. Where are we headed? We'll see if any player does go for a pylon across the map. So far, that is not the case. Chilling out back at home. Everything looking normal. Everything looking standard. Ah, yeah, see, let's get all the AoE phase. Yes, yes. I mean, it's just because, like, once you get into a longer late game, you have Ghosts to counter High Templar, you have Vikings to counter the Colossus, so you're kind of forced into Disruptor, which has, like, less of a hard counter available there. Here we go. As we are going for a Robo open out of herO. Okay, interesting. herO, he didn't see the pylon. Big misread. Okay, herO, we do have a hidden pylon in the main base. herO, he fails the scouts. We have a Stargate opener, and herO, his build here is indicative that he's trying to hard counter a proxy, hard counter an all-in. So a bit of a misread, as herO, he's not aware what's going on. Hidden Stargate in the main. Now, because of this build of choice that herO went for, because of his tech, once herO realizes that there is no proxy, that there is no all-in, he can turn this defense into an offense, get a Warp Prism, and go throw down the third gateway and just commit. Just commit across the map. Which is what Classic wants. Yep, there we go, third gateway. Third gateway is on the way, one base all-in. So one base all-in out of herO. herO, he scouts the expansion, he knows.
I have met the enemy.
Classic at the same time, he did not get eyes on the gateway. He's not fully aware what's happening. But Classic is opening Void Ray. Very safe play out of Classic. He's getting ready for the all-in that's coming his way. So really solid read here out of Classic, but is it going to be enough? In general, I do favor Classic here. It feels like herO's kind of been like playing to the beat of Classic's drum. Second Void Ray's on the way. Here comes the War Prism for herO. It's all or nothing for the red Protoss. Either he kills Classic or he dies trying. And again, Classic, he sees us coming a mile away. Now, something that I didn't get to mention here is that PvP was impacted by the patch because of the nerf to NG Overcharge. Because NG Overcharge provides less energy, specifically, that also means that the defensive shield batteries are worse in PvP. Which means that all-ins are stronger. So all-ins, they are slightly stronger than what they used to be. As there's going to be less energy for the shield battery. herO dropping into the main. Oh, going for the Prism. Prism goes down. Massive pickup. The Immortals are stuck. Here the Immortals are trapped. He's stuck. He can't leave. No, the Immortal. The Immortal is left behind, and the Immortal goes down. And with that, Classic is holding. He's holding. He's shutting this down. Oh, nice force field. For the most part, locks down the army. For the most part. Shield battery goes down. Backup shield battery is now done. Classic, can he hold on? If he can hold here, he can just win the game. Gets a Sentry, gets a Stalker. Nice pickups. Oh. Here he kites back. There's the NG Overcharge. Overcharge on the shield battery. And here he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. Again, losing that first Warp Prism was brutal. And that may just be game, as Classic has a natural and herO does not. Shear's moving in. Oh. Starting back the army. Now we're up to 3 Void Rays. Aye, aye, aye. His Mac Line is activated. Here just going to be zoned further and further back. He's being chased down. Oh. And Classic is running away with this. He's running away with this game. Again, as you mentioned, like herO, he was just he was just forced to react, and Classic, he was dictating the pace of the entire game from the beginning with that hidden Stargate. Likewise, moving in. We're up to now 4 Void Rays, and there's no shot that herO can take this. Like, not anymore. not anymore, Pappy, not anymore. I will say that Classic did make a bit of a mistake here. He did activate all the alignments at once. Ideally, you want to stagger them, ideally. So Prismatic alignments on cooldown. Boys are being pulled to buffer. herO just bleeding out more Stalkers. Now making a stand. He's up to 15 Stalkers. Soon to be 18. Okay. Now with this many Stalkers, if we can lure the Void Rays out into the open, we can start one-shotting. Can one-shot Void Rays. herO, he can still make this work. We're gonna need to go one-shot. Speaking of... that does miss his shot, sorry. Yeah, it does retarget, and he'll lose everything. With that, Classic holds. He shuts down the army. GG gets called, and Classic ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. Again, winding it back, Classic, he hit his pylon in the main base and went for a Stargate in the main as well. herO, he failed to scout the pylon. He believed it was a proxy, and he believed it was going to be a proxy robo or a proxy gateway. He believed it was going to be an aggressive build out of Classic. It wasn't. So herO, he responded with a defensive robo. Once he realized what was going on, he was forced into an all-in. So Classic forced herO into an all-in, and Classic, he was making Voiders from the beginning, expecting an all-in. So Classic, he was able to kind of just, yeah, bait herO completely. GG. GG, well played. Really nice setup there from Classic. herO, he got baited. He got baited, and now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. Forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is a herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Team Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. Go. Here we go, and in the chat, thank you so much to Late Chrononauts. God, thank you so much for resubscribing for 13 months, just over a year of support. Thank you, Papi, thank you so much, do appreciate it. As always, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft, hope you enjoy the content, Papi. Hope you enjoy that. Late Chrononauts. Gracias. Here we go. Just catching up in the chats. I see Vic in the YouTube chat. What race do you play? I play Zerg. I'm a Zerg main. But nowadays I haven't really had much time to play. If you're curious, if you want to see some of my gameplay, I guess, it was what, 4 months ago? 4 months ago I played a show match. I played in the Basilisk Big Brain Bouts. I remember Roddy, he reached out, he was like, Papi, do you want to play? I'm like, I don't have any time to practice, Papi, but sure, I'll do it. And I grinded for like 2 weeks. I think I peaked in MMR as well. I think that's around the time that I hit GM. And I played against Zombie Gub. I had a show match against Zombie Gub. And I'm really proud of how I played. Really proud of the series. I believe the vote is on the Basilisk YouTube channel. So if you want to see me playing, there's a vote of my show match against Zombie God. I was very nervous. I streamed my POV of that as well. I was very nervous, very stressed when playing. But we pulled it off, man. We pulled it off. It was crazy. It was crazy. So you can find that over there. But fun fact, right after that show match, I play like I barely ladder anymore. I was like, I peaked. I'm done. Let's just cast. Not that I don't enjoy laddering. I do enjoy laddering. I do enjoy playing the game. But oh, sorry, going for the proxy Stargate. Sorry, proxy road one way still in. Let's go. I just have very little time to commit to laddering at the moment and streaming, just because of, you know, casting, just because of other things as well. Posting on social media, editing VODs for YouTube. Don't have that much time to dedicate to laddering at the moment. But hoping to get back into it eventually. Hoping to. But yeah, that was like 3-4 months ago. It was like pre-EWC, I'm pretty sure. Pre-EWC. But Classic, he does drop into the main. Again, Classic is going for the proxy, going for the one-base all-in. herO, he is semi-aware, getting ready in the main. Does lift. Did go for his Stargate opener into Phoenixes. Not going to be an easy defense here for herO. And now he's zoning away. Classic throwing down extra gateways. Now these Phoenixes, they can shut down the War Prism, that is true. They can also lift out these Stalkers. They can try to lift them up mid-fight. But the Prism is the main target. Speaking of, oh, the Prism. Oh, he sees! Yeah, he sees, he knows. Yeah, War Prism's on the fire, Stalker's out of position, and the Prism, it looks like it's gonna take a lot of hull damage. It may even just go down. He goes to survive. Oh, shield battery. Clutch shield battery. Does barely save the Prism. But how do you all in with this? Right? Like the Prism, it's what? One volley away from going down without shields? Oh boy. And again, without the War Prism, there's no way to reinforce. Oh no! Prism goes down. Yeah, Prism is gonna go down. Barely does fall. For the cost of one Phoenix. Classic is heavily delayed, and behind this, herO expands. Wow, herO he expands, gets his natural. Now, Classic still has a massive ground army. That is true. Still has a massive army. Oh. I think it's a volley up on the Phoenix. Let's get a volley. Classic commits in. Would you go for the mass lift? And he barely does break through his Phoenixes, getting himself with the army, and Classic, he may still have enough. And look at the army size here, still 8 Stalkers, and he breaks through. He breaks the Immortal! The Immortal's thrown away. Very clutch force field. And Classic, he will still pull this off. Yeah, here a little bit too greedy. Unfortunately, the Immortal just not a part of the fight. Not a part of it. Classic, has he done it? Takes down the pylon, takes down the shield batteries. herO, he's locked out of his own natural. And he can't move in. He cannot move in. Again, here he bought a lot of time, but as we can see here, maybe too greedy. Too greedy expanding. Too greedy getting a Nexus. A Nexus that he cannot hold on to. The overconfidence, baby. The overconfidence. And down goes the expansion. Nice control out of herO. He saves. Oh, does not save the sentry. And Classic is just overwhelming. He has double the army supply. In the mirror matchup, the super, it's not lying, back. It's not lying. No. Locks down the Immortal, shades into the mineral line. That Epsay can do bust in. And herO is being torn apart. Being torn apart completely here. Again, just too greedy. So we have to be careful pushing up the ramp. Classic, if he really wanted to, he can just maintain the low ground and expand himself. Like, he has enough sentries, he has enough force fields to pull that up. Oh. You're microing his heart out though. Jesus. Hope it does finally lose one. And Water goes down, the Prism goes down as well. Here they're trying to make that stand. He does pull some of the boys. He does focus on all the stalkers. herO, very impressive. Again, without his control, like without his control, that would have not been a defense. Impressive micro here with the Prism for as long as he could. Preserve the Immortals. Does take the fight. Okay. We have a game. We still have it back and forth. Remember, Classic never expanded. So one base versus one base. Classic, he's trying to expand, focusing on that shield battery. This can still go either way. Dropping into the main. Worker count is neck and neck. Probes move down. Adepts are here just in time to deny. The other probes. Shades in. Shades in towards the main. Oh. Here he has to be careful. Yeah, Shades into the middle line. Probes are going down. No shot. herO. He's doing it. He gets in. 9 probes. 9 probes go down. Insane damage. herO, he breaks down. Depowers the robo. Suddenly, the momentum pappy from one player to the other. The turns have tabled. Like twice in this game. They just keep tabling. Oh no. Oh. Okay, coming into our main armies here. So we have 3 Immortals apiece. So 3 Immortals for herO, 3 Immortals for Classic. Classic does have the slightly higher Stalker count. Meanwhile, herO has the higher Sentry count. So he has more force fields. Likewise here, he has 1 Phoenix. He can lift. Nice force fields. Locks down a couple of units. Classic does pull away. Classic pulls away. There's an opening here into the main. Does not quite commit. Yeah, it doesn't quite commit. Lifts up one of the Immortals. Going for the Prism. Oh, clutch control out of herO. He'll still lose 1. Yeah, still lose the Immortals though. Fight goes in favor of Classic. herO a little bit too overconfident there. And Classic is snowballing out of control. He's pushing in. He's going for the kill. He shades into the main. It does match the shade, and Classic, he will overwhelm. Boys are being pulled. And Classic will shut down all the boys. Yeah, probes are going down again. A very back and forth game. Very back and forth. But herO will lose every single probe. And Classic has finally done it. He's done it. I mean, takes down the Prism. Takes down the final Immortal. And GG gets called. Classic, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. The hell did we just watch? What just happened? Just happened. Aye. Again, very back and forth. Initially, herO, he defended well, but he was overconfident. A lot of it came down to herO expanding, herO taking his natural, setting up in the low ground a little bit too soon, a little bit prematurely when he could not sustain that defense. Classic punished him, and then we had that back and forth with Classic also overextending, with herO having some insane micro in his main base, defending, bringing it back, dealing critical damage across the map with the Adepts. But then herO, he pushed down to low ground, he fought out in the open. I assume that maybe with the higher Sentry count he could take the fight, but Classic had the higher Gateway army, and with that, GG. Oh. With that, GG, well played. With that, Classic does claim the series, and now we are heading over to the European server. We're getting ready for the upper semis. And hopefully we don't get left behind. Hopefully. Yeah, making our way over. There we go. Okay, we've made it. Oh, I made on over. And again, when it comes to the brackets, exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Classic is our first finalist, just barely clutching it out over herO in that best of 3. Meanwhile, oh, it looks like the bracket has not been updated. Hold on. Let me refresh. Yeah. So Clem, for those who weren't here, Clem, he 2-0'd Trigger, and Clem is up against Max in those semi-finals. Unfortunately, the challenge bracket wasn't quite updated, but we are aware of the scores, of course. We are aware. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Here we go. I thought they played yesterday. We did host the Pigaster Cup this morning. That was Clem versus herO, if that's what you mean. Otherwise, we had Tuna Cup. We had the monthly Tuna Cup, which was herO versus Shin. You could be referring to Wardy TV Monday, which I don't think Clem played in the Wardy TV Monday. I think that was Max versus herO, or Max versus Classic. Gotta be specific. There's a lot of open cups. There's oh no. But here we go. We're getting to our next series. We're getting to our fresh best of 3, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Sorry, I had to link this in the chat. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Danish Protoss himself. We have the blue Protoss for System Gaming. It is Max. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we get into our best of 3. Let's go, Pappy. Let's go. Right, needs to do the dishes. He's got cups all over the place. Oh no. True. They're everywhere. Duh. Here we go. We're getting to our fresh series. Game 1 is going to be here on Pylon. Pylon is one of the smaller maps in that pool. We do expect aggression out of Clem. True. Double gas. Double gas already going for a faster factory. We do expect to see aggression. We would not be surprised to see a 2-base all-in either out of Clem. We'll see how hard he commits. Likewise, we're expecting very safe and defensive play at a max. Again, it is not uncommon to go for a 3-gate blink opener into Robo, into Gases, into a Templar Archives, all on 2 bases. Especially on Pylon, it feels like we're leaning in that direction, but it's a little bit early to tell. Settling in. As behind this, Clem, he gets into the mineral line, looking for a scout. He does get a probe kill already, not bad. Oh, he gets surrounded. Nice control out of Max. Shuts down both Reapers in the main base. Not quite worth it here for Clem. Clem losing 2 Reapers for 1 probe. Nice defense out of Max. So far, nice defense. Meanwhile, back across the map, we do have our 1-1-1 follow-up. Hallucination Scout does confirm the lack of add-ons, at least for the time being. Does confirm no reactor to Reaper Hellion or anything of that nature. That Max actually is aware of the Widowmine drop. It's aware. As the middle range drop does get in. So if our Max actually should react in time. He does pull away. Mining is being denied. Quite heavily actually, taking down the Stalker, not bad. Very nice control here. So much lost mining time, oh my god. He on burrows again. Another on burrow. Brutal losses here from Max. Late to go back to mining. And we're still holding on to that 1 mine shot as well. And enough time is passing. We might have another shop available, by the way. Might have another. Oop. It's one more probe. Widowmine's back into the natural. Yep, they're resetting. Jeez. Oh my god. When was the last time you saw a mine drop that lasted so long that the first Widowmine's reset? That is insane. And with that, we're still denying more mining time. Still nothing here at the natural. Picks up, does boost away. And Clem has a very nice start to the game. Very nice start. Despite losing Reapers early on, he gets 4 probe kills, gets a Stalker, and he denies mining the main base quite heavily. So a nice start for Clem. Max is struggling. Leading out more probes. Blink is now done. Widowmine's back into the natural. Oh, the mines, they've returned. Oh no. And Max, oh, he does, but no, he pulls the boys, the mine shot. Oh my god, thankfully no retargeting. That could have been game. That could have been game. He does not retarget. Saber, he's like, GG. He's like, hey, the game's already over, Pappy. Oh, Saber, come back, Pappy, come back. The game is still going, it's okay. Shout out to Saber. Saber, he's a Chinese caster. I say he's a Chinese caster. Saber is actually LiuLi. Like, this is his tournament. This is his tournament. LiuLi Cup is Saber. That's LiuLi. So much love to Saber. Hi. Calm down, bud. Calm down. As Max actually attempts to blink into the main base, but tanks are in position. He does fight out of range, though. Oh, despite that, bleeding out Stalkers. Rough losses. 3 Stalkers go down. Big losses from Max. Does pull away. Behind this, do you see what I see? I see 2 more maxes. 2 more maxes, but he does have a 3rd CC alongside this, so he's building up in towards the mid game. He's not going all in. Stim is finishing up, and Clem is pushing, but he will expand. Clem will expand. And again, Clem has had a very strong start to the game. He's dealt some crippling economic damage, and that has led to this game state where Clem has double the army supply. Again, Saber leaving, I'm sure in his mind is like, yo, the game's already over. Like, it's okay. But Max, he can make a stand. Let's go. He can delay, he can force field the ramp. Tanks do siege. And again, this is just a brutal move out here for Clem. There's not much to stop him. It's going to be a kill. Tank bully's going up. And Max actually just getting bullied back. He's just going for the base. The base is going to go down. Massive pickup. Shuts down the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. The tank boys are still brutal. And Clem trades well. He trades well here. Trades very well. And he may just even kill. So MaxPax, he's just treading water. Oof. Little mind shot. Mind shot goes off. GG gets called, and Clem, he takes a lead in the series. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. A very strong start from Clem. Winding it back, the mine drop was brutal. So much damage was done, killing workers, denying mining, shutting down stalkers as well. Clem had a massive lead from the start of the game, and MaxPax, he could not keep up. He just took too many losses, too much damage. GG. GG, well played. That's why the push was looking so terrifying. That's why it looked so big, is because MaxPax, he had a reduced economy getting into that defense. And with that, Clem does take a lead. Let's go. Let us go. As we're now getting into game number 2. Go. Almost never see these cheese tactics work on MaxPax. They work quite often. Like if you specifically watch Clem versus MaxPax, Clem, he does all in MaxPax quite a lot. Like we see a lot of like proxy play, a lot of aggression, a lot of all ins. Clem, he's not saying that he does nothing but cheese. I should say that Clem, he's very diverse in his play, and he often does mix it up quite a bit. Like incorporating mech, all in, proxy, cheese, macro as well. Like Clem, he's very, very versatile in how he plays TVP, for sure. Very versatile. He's not as cheesy and aggressive as Maru. He's not as macro oriented as ByuN. He's more in the middle. More in the middle. But it looks like our players need a moment. Yeah, it looks like our players, they do need a moment here, so we may go on a short break unless we're back. Okay, we're good. We are good to go. We're getting into game 2, and we're loading into ley lines. I should also emphasize as well, before I get ahead of myself, referring to, yes, it was really strong damage early on by Clem. He did a lot of crippling damage early on. Also, on top of that, the map itself, right? If you remember, we spoke coming into Pylon how Pylon is known for aggression, is known for all-ins. Pylon favors that play because of how small the map is. Rush distance by ground is very short on Pylon. Pylon is maybe the most favored map for aggressive builds, and that also helped Clem when it came to the execution of his build coming into game 1. Here, coming into game 2 on ley lines, I will say that here, this is a little bit more middle of the road. It's not going to be as favored towards aggression. We'll see what our players go for. MaxPax will have a better chance of defending here coming into ley lines. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Terran player. We have the French Terran himself. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is a Clem. Here we go. See the chats. Oh, as Clem is going for the proxy right into the natural. Let's go, baby, let's go. Does proxy right in the natural base, and so far MaxPax is unaware. Currently is unaware. We'll see if he ever does scouts. We'll see if he ever does confirm. In terms of making Ghost Lights a change I really looked forward to for a long time. Terrans have been complaining about weakness in TVP. I mean, we've seen the weakness of Ghost in TVP today. If you've been watching the matches, if you've been watching the games, I would agree with that. Is it too much? I mean, that's yet to be determined. But like Colossus Tech is, he scouts. Yeah, he does scout, does confirm. Whew, thankfully, MaxPax is aware. He will not be able to stop the racks, but he's at least aware of the Reaper coming his way. So thankfully, MaxPax does scout. But I think everyone would agree that Colossus are now stronger and Ghosts are now weaker in that sense against Colossus based composition. The question more so is that too much? Is that something that has to be addressed? That's the actual question that's being asked now. As the Reaper does get into the main base, does get a probe. Not bad. And if the bunker can finish, we can take over the natural. Hunting down another worker. Second probe does fall. Shield battery should be next. Actually, just, yeah, they're good. So let's go for the battery. Bunker will complete. Oh, the SC! Oh my god, does not get into the bunker in time. Ay, ay, ay. No repairs. Yeah, there's no repairs here. Max actually will defend. Shield battery is done, and that will keep the Stalker alive. Backup shield battery on the way as well. And the game will continue. From here, the game will continue. If we had the SCV, then we could repair, and we could keep this going. But again, no SCV, no repair. Bunker goes down, and with that, Max holds. Suddenly, this is a really shaky start for Clem. It is shaky. Does get a third probe. Ooh, does get a fourth probe. Jesus. Never mind. We'll get surrounded. We'll be shut down. Jesus. Bit of friendly fire. But in the end, Max actually maintains his natural back at home, and Clem and just now going for a CC. And the scary thing here is the counterattack. We have Stalkers moving out across the map, and what is it to defend the command center? We have one Widow Mine shot. Currently, we have one Widow Mine shot. A second Widow Mine is popping out. 2 Widow Mines might be enough. Yeah, it should be enough here, but the probe is here to tank a shot. Yeah, speaking of, here comes the probe. There's the first shot. Widow Mine pulls away. Stalkers, they avoid the Widow Mines. They head behind the CC. Oof. And Clem cannot expand. Yeah, he cannot expand. Ay, ay, ay. He has to pull the boys. Disastrous start for Clem, and this might just be too much. This might just be too much damage. As he tries to load. No, they get away. No, the Stalkers. Oh my god. One Stalker goes down. Bit of miscontrol there by Max. He does try to force friendly fire. Getting the most out of that Stalker. And again, this should be critical damage. Surrounds one of the Stalkers. Does surround one, but we have 2 more Stalkers coming in. There's 1 Marine to defend. Let's go. Down to 0 Marines. Widow Mines are up. Oh, the friendly fire. Oh god, the friendly fire is brutal. And yeah, this is just game. At this point, this is just game. Again, this is the downside of the bunker being dealt with so quickly. Clem could not defend back at home in time. And he still just cannot mine from his natural. Viking is getting low. Medevac is getting low. Viking goes down. Medevac goes down. Terran players, look away, Pappy. Look away. Ah, no. We have more Stalkers coming, by the way. They're waddling across the map. Two more Stalkers moving in. Thankfully, Clem, he's now securing his base. And this is almost like the inverse of what happened last game, essentially. Where last game, Max, he was denied so much mining in the natural. Here, same thing. So much mining denied in the natural base for Clem as well, and in the main. And from here, what is Max doing? He's going for, I believe, a 4-gate follow-up. So we do micro well against the army. Cyclone goes down. Everything goes down. GG gets called. We don't even get into the follow-up. As Max does tie the series up, we're going to the ace match. GG. We're going to the ace match, and again, it was just a fumbled or a blundered initial build from Clem, going for the proxy into the natural base, into the Reaper, into the bunker. Unfortunately, the SCV went down, which means no repair. The bunker was dealt with, and bam, instantly counterattacked, and Clem was not ready. He had nothing to defend back at home. He had Widow Mines, but you saw how limited they were in their defense. GG. Oh. GG, well played. So we are getting into the ace match. Let's go. GG, Saber has left the game. True, true. True. Why didn't he leave earlier? Ay, ay, ay. As we're getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming from the land of Denmark. It is Max. Here we go. As this time the Rax is back at home. This time it's back at home. This time there is no proxy. Max, I'm sure double checking, but welcome one to Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool. More longer and macro games are favored here on Tokamak, as it is more difficult to pull off all ins. So we should be embracing a longer macro game. I say that. Double gas to opener out of Clem. Faster factory, faster tech. So this could lead into Banshee play, Reactive Reaper Hellion, Cyclone, Widow Mind Drop play, Committed Mind Drop play as well. We'll keep an eye on Clem. He has options. Does have options. Max he confirms. It's going to be on Max to get a rescout going to figure out what's going on. Clem does open up double Reaper, so a small commitment into Reaper Hellion, nothing major. Going for the 1-1-1. We'll keep an eye on the Tech Labs. We'll keep an eye on the follow-up. Now Max he denies the scout. Now Twilight counter open out of Max, getting into Blink. Again, we don't really expect Max to deviate. We expect 3-gate Blink into a Robo. Because we're on Tokamak, Max he might take a faster third. He could cut corners, true. Max he has the option to be more greedy. Has that option. And pushing into the natural. Push in. 2 more gates on the way, so we're getting into 3 gateways. 3-gate Blink out of Max. Oh. And Clem following up with a Widow Mind Drop. Does he distract? Gets a Stalker. Gets a Stalker, delays at third base. Here we go, drop into the main. Army's out of position. But Max he should react. Oh, a little bit awkward. Does pull away. Drops into the natural. And does get a Stalker. Sentry as well, and a Probe. Okay, not bad. Saves on the Widow Mines, and Clem does get out. So pretty nice mind drop. He got a full scout. He saw the lack of gas at the natural. He saw the gateways. He got some damage done, and Clem gets away with a medevac. So again, Max is going for a greedier build. He delays his gases, he delays his tech to get a faster third, and Clem is aware. Now, Clem can do one of 2 things here. Clem could be hyper aggressive and try to target that third base and try to bring it down, recognizing that again, Max he will have later tech and later storm and later splash damage. Otherwise, we could try to meet that greed and try to take a faster third instead. We'll see. Yo, we're going for a ByuN push. Let's go. So Clem, he moves out pre-stim. Stim really just now began. Raven harasses the natural. Clem, he's headed for the third base. And again, it's quite risky. All of his DPS are in the tanks. The Marines have just hit a buffer. And he wants that third base. Nice force fields. Clem jumping over the wall. Oh my god, going in. And Clem does siege. Getting within range. Shield battery goes down. Very close, very close, but he's running out of Marines. Does have an auto turret. Yeah, he has one turret. MaxFax catching reinforcements. Picks off some Marines. Oh, doesn't get the Raven. Raven does survive. The tanks are exposed. Both tanks go down. And MaxFax holds. Very nice, very clutch hold. Was not easy. He does pull it off. And Clem, he was pulled apart. Ooh, as Clem, he does unload in the main. Clem, he unloads MaxFax. I don't think he noticed. Marines getting in. Ooh, as the Raven gets thrown away, no auto turrets. Yeah, miscontrol by Clem. MaxFax will take down the tank. Takes down the Marauders. At the same time, that's 5 probe kills across the map. Getting even more damage. Nice positioning. Takes down both Zealots. Forces the recall. And is this enough damage? Remember, Clem, he was hoping to break the third, right? He wanted to break the third base. He failed to do so. He does pick up some probes. Gets 2 Stalkers. Does get some value. And can he still reinforce across the map? Remember, Storm is heavily delayed here from MaxFax. Temple Archives is just now on the way, so there's still a big window, right? There's a big window in time where Clem can kill MaxFax before Storm, before any splash damage. He's going for it. And again, he's punishing MaxFax's greed. Remember, MaxFax, he chose to get the faster third, and once Clem noticed, that's when he started rallying across the map. Dropping into the main. Does drop in. 6 Pro is going to be going down. Nice damage. Nice damage so far. Does rally in. He can send one forward. Takes out one of the Immortals. Nice pickup. Gets one. Clem is still out trading. Storm has just begun. Clem, he's gearing up for another push, for another wave. And again, there's still a window in time. He can still do this. He can still kill. Got 3 probes. Once again, 3 probes go down, punishes the Stalkers. Nice value out of Clem's drop. I'm still sharking around. Storm is halfway done. I'm waiting himself into bases. Does push in, catching reinforcements. Ooh, doesn't want to get surrounded. Nice mine shots. Nice mind shots on the Zealots. Rallies in. Storm is not yet done. And he's done it. Yeah, Clem, he has done it. GG gets called. He breaks MaxFax. And Clem, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hyper aggressive series here out of Clem. Again, winding it back, MaxFax, what did he go for? He went for a 3-gate opener. 3-gate opener, later gases, faster third base. As soon as Clem saw the greedier build out of MaxFax, what did he do? He went for the ByuN push. When I say ByuN push, he went for a stimless move out. Stim only just began. He pushed with 2 tanks with vanilla Marines to apply as much pressure as possible to trade well and to build up that momentum, and he just kept pushing. He just kept pushing, did not slow down. I should also emphasize that the Widowmine drop did quite well as well. True, had some killer Widowmine drops. dealing more damage, slowing down Max, and in the end, Clem did break Max before Storm kicked in. Just before Storm, GG. Whew, GG, well played, congratulations, Clem. He will claim the series, he will advance on into those finals, and now we're getting into said grand finals. It is going to be a best of five between Clem and Classic. Let's go. Here we go. Oh. We haven't seen a single Colossus this series. Well, the games have been short. The games, this series that we just covered was very short. So, sorry, Max actually never had the opportunity to get into Storm or Colossus, right? He never could get into it. Never had the chance. Never had the chance. Much faster games. And with that, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break here. Vetoes are underway, and when we come back, we will have a Clem and Classic. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Hope. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. As grand finales here of the LiuLi Cup Weekly number 8. Ooh, it's been an intense broadcast. It's been a very, very intense broadcast so far. We've had some highs, we've had some lows, we've had some Protoss, some Terran, some Zerg rise and fall throughout the entire tournament. And now we have our top 2 players. And what a finals as well. The best Protoss and the best Terran in the world going to be facing off in a best of 5. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Again, when it comes to these two, I do typically lean towards Classic. When it comes to the previous patch, I should say, like Classic, he has had a very strong record, especially in recent months against Clem. Whether it's in RSL, whether it's in EWC, these big major events, Classic has been the one to stop and stand in the way of Clem. But now we have a new patch, of course. Now it is, of course, a little bit later in the season as well. Clem hot off the win at Maestros of the Game. True, did just become our champion over the weekend, and we'll see if we can ride that high to take down Classic as well. Personally, regardless of how this goes, I want to see a game 4. I would love to see a game 5. I want to see a series. Regardless, I don't want to see a 3-0 in either direction. Give us that series, baby. Let's go. Yo, meanwhile, share my in the chat, baby. Share my big shout to Kashim for subscribing for 24 months, 2 years of support, baby. Oh my god, Kashim. Gracias, baby, gracias. Jenky. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Yeah, man. Dziękuję, baby. Dziękuję. As for now, we are going to be selling in. We do have our Sailor opener out of Classic. Likewise, we do see a double gas out of Clem. Double gas opener, faster factory. This can lead into more committed Reaper Hellion. This can lead into, of course, committed Widowmine play as well. We saw that last game. Show us what you got. And of course, welcome to Pylon. Pylon is one of the more aggressive maps of the map pool. Aggression is favored loading into Pylon. And we'll see who will be the aggressor. I typically favor Terran on Pylon, but we'll see if a Classic can keep up. But now Classic does zone away. Does open Twilight Council. Adeptus shade across the map, and we'll look to delay the CC. But the Hellion is here, and the Hellion should buy time. Despite that, never mind. There we go. Reaper makes it home. Adeptus dealt with. Hellion survives, actually. Oh my god, on 2 HP. The Hellion does survive. And with that, so the CC will get up and running. And the command center will get up. And Clem will hold. So better start here for Clem. Better start. Clem does rotate towards the natural. Again, with his momentum, able to pick up an adept. No major damage, does not get into a mineral line. So far, some Salt Sim City here at a Classic. He does almost fully wall off. With his gateway, this is Robo. Takes the 3rd gas here at the natural, most likely into another gas geyser. Looks like very safe play. Yep, 4 gases by Classic. Builds up to 4 gases. Oh. Cleans up most of the Reapers. They do trade. Players, they trade back and forth. Widowmine dropping to the main. Classic. Ooh, does pull the boys. He pulls the boys in. Widowmine's they do on borrow. And the Widowmine shots will go up. He's denying a lot of mine time in the main base. Not bad. Again, we saw something similar from Clem previously. Oh, Jesus. Mine shot goes off. 3 probes. Very nice. Gets 3 probes. Denies mining. Drop into the natural. 4 probes in total, and Classic holds. So once again, a nice start here from Clem. Behind us, getting ready for his push, building up. A little bit supply blocked. So Clem going for his own 3-1-1 setup into Stim. Meanwhile, we do see Classic. He went up to 3 gateways into a Robo, into most likely Temple Archives, into a delayed third base. So delayed third out of Classic. More bringing extra Stalkers. Classic is supply blocked. Ay. There's that Temple Archives against Storm on 2 bases. Remember, this is what Max Fax did not do in the final game of his series. They do get behind the mineral line. CV's going to be going down. We get some nice damage. No losses for Classic. So Classic, he is slowly recovering. Nice feedback. Feedback shuts down the drop. Classic containing his opponents, and we should soon be expanding. Again, it is a late third base. True, it is a late third, but at the same time, this is designed to hard counter hyper-aggressive builds. And Clem will expand. CC is on the way. So both players building up into the mid-game. Both players are getting there. Peel up across the map. Classic trading well. Nice pickups. But can he defend his third? Storm is done. But there's not much of a gateway army. Classic is racing back home. Ooh, that's a kill! Yeah, it's a kill, not a cancel. Brutal loss there for Classic, and Clem is going for the kill. He's moving out. I mean, he already sniped the expansion. Clem now going for the army. Drop is getting called out. Clem, where are we going? Hard to take out one of the Templar. Storm is still a factor. And Clem, I'd imagine the goal is to just deny the third base again for a second time. Now pulls back. Back home, regroups. I mean, again, so far it's just been a very strong start for Clem. That's why we do see the supply disparity in favor of Clem. Does have the larger army. Now the question becomes, what can Clem do with this lead? Because hey, Storm is done. With Storm, Classic, he can try to slow the game down. As he has 6 Templar. Clem chilling back at home. I do like this. Like, there's no need for Clem to push. He already killed the third, right? He already killed it once. Alright, shots. Ooh, do connect. Jesus. Brutal Wine connection. Stalker's moving in. Might shot the Zealots. D's in the EMP. Grazing the army. Oh, looking for another EMP. Classic pulls away. Colossal production soon on the horizon. Almost done with the bay. He's getting there.
Upgrade complete.
As he does actually supply the entire army. Uh-oh. Classic doesn't know. Meanwhile, Clem out of position, completely out of position. Third base is going to go down. Ooh, nice time for the Prism. Prism does fall, unloads into the main, denies +2. Ooh. He stays in the storm. Yeah, not paying attention. Not quite paying attention. There's the recall. And Classic, he holds. Wow, he defends back at home and he denies the base. Ay, ay, ay. A better trade for Classic. These are the picks that he does need to be able to recover. As Clem is rotating. He's rotating over, looking for a way in. He's going to be pushing into 5 High Templar, sorry, 6 Templar. It's a lot of Storm. Oh, he actually sniped the bait. Okay. They sniped the bait. There's the first Storm. Oh, good. Yeah, the Storm does a lot of damage. Another Storm as well. Keeps on zoning. And Clem just going to move in. Yeah, he cannot push forward. A brutal. Oh my god, he stands in the Storms. The Storms are brutal. Clem, he cannot gain ground. He cannot push in. And Classic defends. Classic defends back at home. Clem has to back the hell off. And as you can see here, it's so difficult to push into the Storms. Buys so much more time. And remember, we're soon going to be done with the Storms, as the bay is now rebuilt. So we're getting to Colossus. The Colossus are amassing. Ooh, does get another feedback. Again, Clem was ahead. Clem, he was in a better position until he lost the third, right? Until he committed to drop into the main base where he lost the drop itself and he lost control of his third base. Like, everything just went south very quickly for Clem. That's why he was forced into a counterattack into 6 High Templar. And Classic, he's done it. He's getting into the mid game. He's building up into the mid game. Getting into Extendable Lance. Clem likewise getting a 4th base. And the game is slowing down. We'll see if Classic can keep up. So I'll say attempt to run by. Let me defends. Again, both armies are going to max out. And the question becomes, like, what armies are we maxing out with? So from the side of Clem, we do have 5 ghosts. We have an okay ghost count. We do have a decent Viking count as well. We're slowly building up those Vikings. Second Robo's on the way. We discussed this earlier, but in TVP, once we get into a 4-base economy, then we can start disruptors. So disruptor production should be on the horizon to get out of Storm and out of Colossus. So we're getting there. Meanwhile, Clem, his Wing Edition, his end goal is going to be Liberators. If you recall, we saw that in the Trigger series between Clem and Trigger. But Clem is still a ways away. Second starport's in production. Both armies are maxing out. That is going to be the 4th Colossus here for Classic. And you can see Classic ready for a run by himself. This is also where Storms are actually going to be more useful harassing as well, to harass mineral lines and to deny repairs on planetaries. Just because Storm lasts so long, SCVs cannot repair. That's Classic, he does distract. You can see he's diverting the attention of Clem. The harassing army is now activated. He's going for the expansion. Clem is distracted. Here comes the run by. Oh. Now moving in. Clem, he responds. Storm on the bunker. Bunker goes down. Oh, and Clem is getting caught out. Yeah, he's getting caught out, bleeding out Marauders. Oof. I mean, Clem, he will deal with this harassing force. But the main army is pushing in. Yeah, now going for the planetary war. The Storms! And Storms takes away. He's throwing the main army. Storm on the Vikings. Vikings going to be going down. And Classic is overwhelming. Yeah, he's overwhelming. The Storms are brutal. He's moving into the Storms. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, stepping into the Storms. GG gets called. And Classic, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Classic able to slow the game down. Again, this was a better start for Clem. Clem, he had momentum early on. He had a very nice start, dealing damage, killing the third base, but everything went wrong when he went for the drop. If you remember, he went for a triple drop into the main base. At the same time, his army was in position at his 4th expansion as well. His 3rd was exposed, and a lot happened at once. With Clem dropping into the main, he lost the 3 drops. He didn't really get much value. He denied +2, and he also killed the Robotics Bay. True, he did take down some tech, but that's all he got. At the same time as he was also going to be losing that drop, we also saw that Classic pushed into the 3rd. He pushed into the 3rd base, he got 8 SCV kills, he denied mining, he was able to deal economic damage and recover in that game, because up until that moment, Clem was in a better position, and Classic clawed his way back in. GG. GG, well played. With that, Classic, he was able to slow the game down, able to max out himself, and able to embrace that more Colossus Storm heavy composition. And now we're getting into game 2. Let's go. Getting into game 2. And we'll see where the series takes us. Likewise, I'm also a little bit concerned for Clem, just because aggression is favored on Pylon. He did make use of it, of course, wasn't able to kill Classic, but we saw Classic play very safely, and we do expect to see that moving forward coming into the rest of these games. Is more hyper safe play from the Protoss player. And we'll see what the videos were, and we'll see what maps we're leading into. We'll see. See the chat. Ducklings, it's me, the Zerg Lord. Kappa, papi, kappa. Este Zerg Troll, papi. Good to see you, good to see you. It's been a while, it's been a while. Much love, papi, much love. The Zerg Troll, obviously, he is one of the OGs, one of the OG supporters of the Ducklings. Much love, much love. Este Zerg Troll. But I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, Pappy. I hope you're doing well. Este Zerg Troll. But like a test game for Clem. I feel like we've had a number of test games already, but I will say that it is a learning process when it comes to, we spoke about this before in this morning's broadcast between Clem and herO, where we saw that Clem at times he was like kiting back, he was kiting out of storms, but then kiting back in too soon before it ran out. So definitely there's like muscle memory involved when it comes to in your mind, in your brain, like thinking about when it would be safe to start going back in, when it's not safe. it's not safe. I mean, not safe. So definitely will take a bit to kind of get used to that sort of thing again, and to get accustomed to like the timings of certain things, and not just for Storm, but also for disruptors, right? Like likewise, like internally you kind of have an idea of when a Nova becomes available again, and how aggressive you can be after a Nova goes off, and how much time you have. I'm not saying like internally you're counting down those seconds, but you have more or less like a rough idea, but that's also going to be adjusted as well. So there's also like a learning curve to that. For things like storm duration, for things like disruptors being, or Novas being available again. Here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Magnatha, we have the the French Terran player. We have the French Terran. We have the Red Terran down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. The Blue Protoss himself representing Virtus Pro. It is a classic. We're so old these days. Oh no. Este Zerg. True, people that are watching right, they didn't even know who the Zerg Lord is. True, they didn't even know, papi. They didn't even know. If you're out there, if you're watching right now, if you know who the Zerg Lord is, much love. You know, papi. You know. Latino America. Latino America. Ah. I miss him. I miss him. Fun fact: he shows up every now and then. I say every now. I want to say like at the start of the year, he showed up in the chat. I want to say. He has since retired, of course. Has retired. Much love to the Zerg Lord, Brazilian Zerg player. But now, for now, we are going to be settling in. We do have once again a double gas opener out of Clem. And welcome to Magnatha. Okay, a couple of things. Welcome one and all. Magnatha is the largest map. The largest map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. Because of that, aggression is less favored here, kind of. I would say early game aggression is less favored, but all-ins can still work at the third base. The third and fourth bases are a lot more spread out. They're spread out. There's wide entrances into the linear third. There's multiple entrances into the triangular third base as well. You have an entrance here in between the bases, so you can rotate between bases. You can be aggressive getting into a longer game state, but I would imagine that Classic, despite how large the map is, would play safe. That's what we're expecting here, is just safe play at a Classic. If he doesn't play safe, then Clem can try to punish. We saw that in the ace match between Clem and MaxMax. When MaxMax did decide to be greedier, he delayed his gases, he delayed his storm, and Clem killed MaxMax before storm could finish. So if you show weakness, if there's an opening, then Clem, he will go for it. So we'll keep an eye on the builder choice from Classic. We'll see how safe or how greedy he goes, he plays. And likewise, we'll see if Clem has an opportunity to punish. What do you mean? That's my ult account. True, true. Ah, it all makes sense. For now, we are opening up. As now we do have our 3-gate blink set up, robe on 2 bases. The next thing we're waiting for here, do we take the gases on 2 bases as well? The answer is yes. Okay. So for those who are curious, this is the same build 2 games in a row. Same build, we are staying on 2 bases longer. Classic is going for a delayed third expansion to make sure he's safe and secure, to make sure he doesn't die to any kind of early aggression. Speaking of, ooh, Clem is pushing. He is moving out early on. Knows, okay, so there is a safety shield battery. Shield battery is ready. But the tank, can we siege up? Classic does not see this. He does not see this coming ahead of time. The tank will siege. Nice setup here by Clem. The gateway is under fire, and the gateway should go down. The boys are being pulled. Does Hoki the boys. That's an awkward angle here for Classic. Tank within range of Blink, but Blink will finish. It does barely finish up. Dives on the tank. Tank does go down. Oh my god, but that was an extra volley going off. Yeah, brutal tank shots. Stalkers are exposed. Shield battery is helping. There's the NG overcharge. And Classic holds. A very clutch defense here by Classic. He did lose a gateway. He lost a lot of stalkers. He's losing probes. Oh, brutal damage. They're losing a lot of workers, and I may have spoken too soon here. This is a lot of damage. Clem is going for the kill. He's going for the kill. The tank sieges, massive tank shot goes off. And this is enough damage. This is crippling damage here. As Clem is still rallying. There's what, 2 stalkers left. And Clem, he barely has enough. Again, very close. Imagine if Classic saw this coming ahead of time, if he was able to engage ahead of time as well and slow down the push. But Classic, he was caught with his pants down. The pants were down. He wasn't able to engage until the tanks were already within range of the gateway. And with that, Clem will make a series out of this. Or at least he should. As Classic is barely surviving. But the problem here is the economy. Classic, he's on, what, 29 workers against the 40 SCVs of Clem. Clem can just chill. He's done enough damage, he can just chill, he can back off, he can turtle up back at home. What do we have to defend? One tank. There's going to be one tank available. Classic, he does not have high ground vision. Sorry, there's two tanks. Jesus. Yeah, two tanks. Clem, he should be fine. Tank volley goes off. The War Prism is on the way, and Classic is pretty all in. Like at this point, Classic, he knows he cannot just back off and macro. It's not going to happen. He has to do some critical damage. Now, there is an opening here. As you can see, the main, right? There's no tank covering the main base, and as you can see, there's no stim, right? There's no stim, there's no combat shields. These Marines are not really that threatening. Both tanks are in the natural. This is a big oversight from Clem. The natural is secure. What about the main? Classic, he may not have enough though. Like, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Classic, what are we going for? I mean, he doesn't know what he's moving into. He's going for the natural. There's no bunker. He's going for the dive. He gets one tank, and he'll barely get the other, but he takes a lot of shots to the face. Yeah, it's not worth it. Not worth it. The main base had potential, but he went for the natural. And Classic will lose too much. It was far too much. Again, he didn't know how exposed the bases were. And with that, Clem will shut this down. Shut this down. The all-in fails. As now Classic expands, gets a third base. It's a bold move, bold third. Now what's scary here is the window is closed, and now Clem has stim, right? Clem, he has stim, he has combat shields, he has upgrades, and now he can push. Now he can move out. And there's going to be one Colossus back at home. There's going to be one Colossus. There's going to be a couple of... There's two Zealots. We got two Zealots. We got one Sentry. We got a Colossus. Let's go. Let's go. Oh no, Prism goes down across the map. And again, Classic should not be able to survive this. He should not be able to hold on. A second Colossus will help, true. Will help, but... Echo Siege. Oof, tank volley's going off. Colossus goes down instantly. And now here comes the second Colossus again with it. He's dancing. I mean, the writing was on the wall. GG, well played. Shout out to Classic. As we have a tied up series. We're tied up 1-1. GG, well played. I don't often see Colossus dancing. It was a little bit weird, but GG. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But again, winding up back, essentially Clem, he went for a 2-base all-in, hyper-aggressive build out of the Terran player. What is risky about the build that he had gone for is that if he gets scattered moving out across the map, he can be slowed down, right? Ideally, the Protoss player wants to engage ahead of time, slow down the push, pick away at the Marines, pick away at the tank, force an early siege. But if you remember, Classic, he was so focused on building up on 2 bases, he actually didn't see the move out. He didn't see the army coming, so he actually didn't engage with the army until the tank already sieged up within range of the gateway, right? It's like Classic didn't realize what was happening until Clem was already at his front door. So late reaction, late response to the push. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem does snowball out of control. Now we're getting into game 3. Let's go. getting into game 3. As a reminder, this is still a best of 5, so we have a back and forth available, and ooh, we're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Okay. Loading into one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the French Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is a classic. Este niche, papi, este niche. Ay, ay, ay. Where are my TikToks? Big shout out to Nish in the chat. It's been a while, papi. It's been a while. I know that, you know, you've been busy yourself, I'm sure, when it comes to, working on Sal's content and other things happening IRL, but good to see you, papi. Good to see you. I've been seeing you a little bit less around, but, I hope that you're able to, I mean, I saw you were at, Cheesedolphia, right? And, are you going to SC for All, right? SC for All is also next month. True. If you're going, hope you have a good time. Otherwise, hope everything is well. Hope everything is well, pa. Este niche. Este niche. For those who don't know who Nish is in the chat, by the way, he's the infamous SC2 Observer. SC2 Observer. Who infamously, for a long time, would produce some fun TikToks, some fun little skits. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen anything out of Nish, but regardless, good to see you, papi. Good to see you. Always, always. Este Nish. So now we're settling in. Don't have a horse in this race, but I find myself on the edge of my seats. Ah, let's go. Where's your horse, papi? Where's your horse? Yeah, I think I'm very similar. Maybe that's why I haven't burnt out. When it comes to like being like a hardcore fan of soccer players, I'll be honest, like it's been a while. It's been a while. Obviously, if you know anything about me, you'll know that I was a big fan of the Axiom boys, of course. But you know, they've come and gone, and they're focusing on like content creation and bodybuilding nowadays, right? Like. They were my boys back. Yeah. The Axiom boys. And Axiom Ace or adjacent players as well. It was also a little bit awkward casting like CranKy Duckling players in tournaments, like for ANZ Champs or for Latin American events as well. I would often be like a Tiger Mom where I would be harsher on my players and less biased, or I guess biased against them in a way, because I want them to do well. Back when we had our active pro roster. For now, we do have a likewise more tech heavy start, getting to a 3-1-1 setup here. Oh my god, sorry, my apologies, I was a little bit distracted. We do have a 3-1-1. The Reapers are heading to the main. Gonna be zoned away, but a very aggressive build here by Clem. Basically, what is Clem doing? No starport. You can see delayed starport out of Clem. This is the beginning of a 2-base all-in. Hyper aggressive here. So what's happening, we're prioritizing, we're building up a heavy marine count and rushing into stim. Rushing into stim, combat shields, and we're going to be pushing with like 2 to 3 tanks. 2 to 3 tanks, a very aggressive, very bio-heavy composition here for Clem. The downside is that you delay the starport, you delay medevacs, you delay ravens, banshees, and a kind of harassment option in favor of stim and tanks. So there it is. Stim is on the way. Stim is on the way. Now, Classic, he knows. Classic, he saw, he's scattered across the map, he's aware of what's going on, he will take his gases. Classic is rushing into Storm. Is Storm going to finish in time, though? That is the question that I'm not so certain of. But again, Classic is aware. Remember, he saw everything in the main, he saw the lack of starport, he knows. With this, you can pull the boys. You can pull the boys as well. You can just send it. Hallucination does go for the rescouts. Confirms no extra gases, confirms no starports, confirms 2-base all-in. And Storm is on the way. Stim is halfway done. Now, Storm won't completely shut this down, but it's going to be a brutal moment, of course, for Clem. E-Bay's on the way. this E-Bay tells us that Clem, it looks like he may not pull the boys, right? The E-Bay's for +1, the E-Bay's for a longer game. So he's going to commit with his push, but he has the option not to pull the boys and to get a 3rd CC behind it. It's still very committed, and here he comes. And you can see that unlike game 2, this time Classic is ready to delay, right, to slow this down. So he's here to slow this down, gets a Marine. They're picking up 1, 2, 3 Marine kills. We'll lose the Stalker. But again, this is so important here for Classic. Getting caught out though. Yeah, getting caught out by the Reaper Hellion. Classic forces zone away. Here comes Clem, he's pushing. No, who is it? Indy! Okay. No! Someone's lagging. A Wardy, oh god. Oh no, out of left field. Wardy! Is he in? he's living with Indy, Pappy. Oh my god. Not like this. As we are tanks to siege, Storm is coming in, doesn't avoid the first Storm. Yeah, brutal tank shots. Insane tank, oh my god. The tank shots are brutal, High Templar go down. But the Storm, no, he runs through the Storm, no! He runs through the Storm. He will lose everything. And Classic holds. Classic, he holds, he defends. Clem, he tried to escape through the Storm, Pappy. Oh no. And Classic, he will shut down the all-in. He will shut it down. We spoke earlier that because of the eBay, it meant that there was a follow-up, but this was still very committed. This still had to get damage done, and it deals 0 damage. Now we have a CC on the way, but there's nothing to defend. Yeah, there's nothing to defend here. Classic is going for the kill, going for the throat. The boys are being pulled. If Classic had 1 Storm, uno más, papi, uno más. But now he's just trading. Looking in. Throwing away his Zealots. Clem, he will defend, he will survive this, or at least he should. He's losing a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines are going down. The Medevac! Medevac goes down as well. Here come more Zealot reinforcements. Stalkers, they kite away. And these are still better trades for Classic, picking up 8 SCVs. Oof, Storm does land. High Templar have arrived. And you can see this is just such a difficult hold here for Clem. He lost everything. And we're still holding on to 1 final Storm. One of my shot goes off. Nice control by Classic. Where are we storming? Storm's on the Bayou. Yeah, Storm's on the Bayou army. High Templar gets surrounded. And this is game-ending damage. It's game-ending damage here. Killing 15 SCVs. Fades out the mine shots. Zealot reinforcements have arrived. Behind this, Classic getting a 3rd base up and running, getting fully saturated. And again, Clem gets punished for the failed all-in. Had potential, of course. Had potential, but Classic, you saw it coming ahead of time. It was ready with the Storm. And that is going to be 28 SCV kills. There's a scan, and that is a brutal scan. That is Clem checking, and it might be his turn to start dancing. It might be his turn. Yeah. He knows. This is his version of dancing his units, because there it is. There's the dance. GG gets called, and the Classic will take a lead in the series 2-1. GG. I appreciate that both players, whenever they know they're dead, they just start dancing their units. Like, that's it's the dance of the dead, pappy. Oh my god. As the writing was on the wall there. GG, well played. With that, Classic will take a lead in the series, and Classic, he needs one more game to claim the series. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, Miguelito in the chat. Aha. Miguelito. Feels TVP, man. Oh no. Look away, papi. Look away. Miguelito. Good to see you, papi. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you can stave off the smudge. Stave it off, papi. Stave it off. Here we go. Storm is rough. I mean, kind of. Like, winding it back, I'll be honest, for the 2-base all-in to be scouted the way that it was, whether it would have been this Storm or the previous Storm, I'm pretty sure Classic, like, I'm pretty sure the outcome would have been the same, to be honest. I mean, maybe the shutting down of the all-in maybe wouldn't have been as hard, and maybe Clem would have had a better chance to transition out of it. True, I think I'd probably say that. There would have been a higher chance for the game to progress and for the game to be elongated a little bit further in the previous version of the game. But I should also emphasize that the build that Clem went for is very out of fashion. It's very out of date. You don't really see it much anymore. Going for that kind of 2-base play, building up on 3 Vaxes, no starports, stim timing with tanks. Like it's very like 2024 sort of era of StarCraft. So I'll be honest, I feel like we're getting like yep. I was gonna say, based on what we saw in Ultra Love, what I was alluding to is that it felt like a very desperate build, and we have reached peak desperation. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. As we have broken the glass. Yep. XD. We have break glass in case of emergency. In case of Smurge, we've hit critical mass of Smurge by spawning in the bottom left hand corner. We have the French, now Protoss player. If you remember, we did reference him as half a Terran at the beginning of the broadcast. There's a reason why he's half Terran, because he's half Protoss. For Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is a classic. Here we go. Yes, we have reached critical mass of Smurge, papi. Oh no, not like this. But again, as we were kind of alluding to, the last game did feel very desperate when it came to the build of choice. It did feel very desperate from Clem. And, you know, once you reach a certain point of desperation, you play Protoss. That's... oh, no. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Clem soon will be 100%. Soon. It'll happen. He's getting there. He's getting there. Let's go. 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Clem. Classic goes for a gate expand. A greedy build out of Classic, and Classic is asking to be all in. Clem, he will confirm, he will scout the gateway, sorry, he will scout the Nexus, and the pressure is now on Clem. The pressure's on Clem. Clem, he has to punish. If he doesn't, he will fall behind. So we're expecting a proxy, we're expecting an all-in. Our eyes are on Clem. Yep, eyes are on this probe. Show us what you got. No shot, he expands. Oh. Okay, let's go. Clem, he's gonna opt to expand instead. Does go for the Sentry into Stalker into Nexus. Oh boy. Bold move, Clem. Bold move. You can see Classic is looking for the proxy. Like, he's expecting Clem to respond with an all-in, so Classic is searching. And Clem, he expands. There it is. There's the Nexus. So Clem, he's gonna play from behind. Now there are ways to recover. There are ways to get across the map with the Depth Harass, for example. There are definitely ways to get some counter damage done. Oh boy. Now, for those who maybe haven't seen Clem play Protoss in PvP before, he has played a decent amount of Protoss recently, with mixed results. I think there's some people on Reddit that they do spread a false narrative. They're like, oh, like he beat top Protoss players with this Protoss. That is not actually true. He's taken maps. He has taken maps with this Protoss. He has not won a series with this Protoss, in PvP specifically, I mean. So he's played a little bit of Protoss against Max Packs, against herO, against the top Protoss players in the world, and he has taken maps, as we mentioned, but not series. So we'll see how he performs. Gonna try to lock down the army, does force field, does catch the sentry. Oh, does try to. The shield battery putting in a lot of work. Yeah, the sentry does tank a lot of volleys. That was a lot of force fields invested. Classic, of course, he is aware of the base. And Classic, he can out-trade. Yeah, he can and he will. Does force back Clem. Oof. And the sentry should be hunted down. Bearing in mind that Classic does have the better economy, so this is just better for Classic. And rough start for Clem. And when behind, Dark Shrine. Let's go. Now, okay, a couple of things just happened. So Clem is behind, so we have to go for something crazy. At the same time, what did Clem snipe? I don't mind. He sniped the sentry. True, he sniped the sentry, but we just had the warp in, we just had the NG overcharge, and the hallucinations coming in. And Classic, he should scout the Dark Shrine. Oof. And Classic, he will be able to zone this away. Hallucination goes in, scouts the Dark Shrine. Was he paying attention though? I mean, he already has a robo. There's the observer. Yeah, he should be fine. Getting his observer, getting his third base. Classic taking an economic lead. Clem, he's desperate for damage here. Ay, ay, ay. And Clem, he knows he got scouted. He knows. Link is done. The observer's part here at the natural. Clem does distract. DTs are walking in. They're waddling into the third. Damage is going to be done. Gets one, gets two. It's two probes. It's something. And behind this Clem, he is slowly getting his own third base up and running. He's getting there. Overall, I still give the edge to Classic. Still ahead in economy, still ahead in tech. Dodge Temple gets shut down. Ooh, oh god, a bit of a miss rally. Catching out a Stalker. See in the YouTube chat, is this the new patch? Yes. The new patch is now live on the main servers. Clem going for a massive counterattack. Nice backstab. Very nice. Blinks in. Takes down some of the Stalkers. Does force a recall. Classic caught out of position. Okay. Now Classic's army is split. As this is a difficult fight here for Classic. The Zealots do tank. At the same time, Classic defends his fourth. Pulls back in between his bases. Clem still sharking around. Clem is catching up when it comes to charge. Trying to Elise. Yeah, better going here for Classic. Classic, he's holding, he's defending. The War Prism is ready. And Clem just sharking around, rotating over towards the natural. Gets spotted. Classic, he does not. There we go. I was gonna say he doesn't respond with his main army. Oh, losing Immortal, nice pick up. I mean, Clem, he's getting some nice trades. Picks off the Immortal. Prism is still out there. And Classic is getting into the main. Going for the warp in. Classic is supply blocked. Oh, that's unfortunate. Not the time to be supply blocked. Classic is banking a lot of resources. There we go. Now he throws down a wall of pylons. So big misstep there from Classic. The Zealot Warpin had potential, but doesn't really get much damage done. And Clem, he's caught up. He's very much so catching up in this game. This is now anyone's game here. Clem, he was able to get the Immortal, get some nice key pickoffs here and there. Shut down the Zealots. Caught up on bases. I'm still not in love with the composition of Clem, as he has no Archons. It's very gateway heavy. Going for the base, does get the Nexus. Nexus goes down. Classic goes out of position. Ooh, but Classic can chase. Yeah, he can chase us down. Diving on the Stalkers. Clem has to get the hell out of here. His armor is very Stalker heavy, and Classic, he can just move in. Yeah, he can just go for the kill. We mentioned before, I wasn't too fond of the composition of Clem. Clem, he has a very cheap army, just Zealot Stalker against Immortals, Archons, and the Stalker Zealot composition. Like, Classic, his army is just superior. And he's moving in. Yeah, he's going for the kill. He has momentum, he knows. He's going for the throat. Archons at the back up. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, Clem getting desperate, coming in from behind. Does get the surround. And Clem is going for the blink. Does, for example, both Immortals. Okay. Making the best out of this fight. Does make the best out of it. At the same time, Zealot Warp into the main, going for the production. Black West trying to get out of here, gets locked down. Oh my, the move command! Stuck in the main, stuck in the ramp. Meanwhile, Zealous mainly killing production buildings, nothing major. But +3 is going to be delayed. Yeah, he delays +3. Classic, he has a better economy. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Classic. Blinks down to the low ground, let's go. And again, it was a desperation hold here from Clem. He does survive at least, but he's lost so much. He's lost so much. Clem is essentially all in. As he lost the upgrade advantage. Back at home, Classic just has to focus on his Immortals, his Archons, his Stalkers. Just build back up. I mean, Clem, he had an impressive recovery in this game. True. Was impressive. But things are looking bleak once again for Clem. Sold on Clem's swap, but he's a good. I mean, he is. As I mentioned, like, he's taken maps off of herO, he's taken maps off of Max. Like, as I mentioned, like, he's taken maps. Like, he is straight up one of the best Protoss players in the world. But I would still favor herO, Max, and Classic is the thing. Like, like Clem, he might be top 5. He might be top 5 Protoss. But still not quite there. As he does get into the base. At the same time, Classic comes in from behind. It does collapse in from behind, chasing down the final army. He does get into the middle. Probes are going down. That's a lot of probe deal. That's a lot of probe kills. It's a lot of damage. Getting 15 probe kills at the same time, also pushing towards the natural, but Classic does defend. And again, the biggest concern here is still the quality of the army. Clem, he's still stuck with purely Stalker Zealots. Classic reinforcing with more Archons. More charge lots. Ooh, and here comes Classic. How'd you get the Stalkers? Da-da. Clem, get out of here. The army is split. Okay. Clem going for the counterattack as well, going for the base trade. Can he out micro Classic and try to take this in some way, shape, or form? Yeah, he commits to the base trade. Let's go. Pushing into the natural. At the same time, Classic also pushing it as well. The base trade is the best chance for Clem. Remember, Clem, he cannot fight the main army head on. He cannot fight it. He has to avoid it instead. Gets into the natural, gets into the fourth. At the same time, Clem, he does get a ninja base bottom right. He does get the ninja expansion. There's still one probe out there for Clem. Meanwhile, Classic, he also potentially can escape with some workers. Potentially. If not... Okay, he does. Okay, does have them. Classic, he can't afford a Nexus. He's got the boys. He's got the probes. Kills the fourth. Kills the main. These probes, they do not get away. But again, thankfully, Clem has bottom right. He has that expansion. Clem is getting into the main. And the question becomes, Classic, does he find this base? Now, Clem, he can afford another Nexus. He has the money for it. As Classic is searching, you can see he's veering off. He does find the base. And GG gets called. Classic, he will take the series 3-1. Again, the base trade was the best chance for Clem, but still not enough. GG. Classic will be this week's LiuLi Cup champion. GG, well played. Classic will claim the series. He will take the 3-1. Shout out to Clem for making a series out of this, of course, and of course was able to showcase his Protoss as well. Not the first time we've seen his Protoss against Protoss. As I mentioned before, we've seen Clem take maps off of Max Packs and take maps off of herO. Like, he has done that with his Protoss. True. So he's definitely up there when it comes to his Protoss skills, but alas was yeah, he was outscaled by Classic. It was a really rough start. As a reminder, Clem was playing from behind almost the entire game. Remember, Classic went for a faster base, he went for a faster natural, he had a better economy, and Clem started with a standard opener instead, so he was playing catch-up for a long time. If you remember, he fell behind. That's why he went DTs. The DTs didn't do enough damage either. Eventually, Clem did recover in a way, but he was stuck with a very low-tier army, stuck with purely Zealots and Stalkers. That is why he could never fight head-on. That's why whenever he did, Classic would win those fights. Like, Classic was just having these better engagements, better fights. In the end, did force the base trade. That was the best chance, the best option for Clem. But GG well played, in the end Classic does take it. Congratulations, and with that we have our champion. Oh boy, and with that we're wrapping up patch day. 2 casts today. We had a Pigasaur Cup this morning and LiuLi Cup this evening, so 2 casts, both featuring the new patch, and players are still adjusting, they're still accommodating. Once again, unfortunately, we had very little Zerg gameplay. I would love to see mid to late game ZVT. I would love to see that on the recent patch, but we didn't get any of that because the Zerg, they're not making it, Pappy. Whether it was Pigasaur Cup or this tournament as well, Zerg players are having a really hard time actually progressing in these tournaments. Here we did have a good showing of Zerg. We had Lambo, we had Mixu, we had Rogue, but they all did go down early. Rogue, if you can see here, he went down to Skillless early on, Lambo went down to Trigger, and Mixu went down to Classic. So in the end, we didn't really get to see and to experience too much Zerg gameplay in the tournament, but more so PvT. And again, there's still a learning curve there as well. I feel like players are still adjusting. In general, I would say that Storm is a buff to Protoss. I would say it's a strong buff to Protoss against Zerg, and it's a moderate buff against Terran. I say moderate because, as we've seen, Clem, he did beat Max Packs, but his kind of trajectory or his approach to Max Packs was all in. Like, he was able to kill Max Packs every game before Storm Tech. Once we get into Storm, I will say that's a big power spike for the Protoss, and if we can get past that, then things do kind of do they level out a little bit. Gets into a back and forth with Colossus with a more robust, like splash damage heavy composition. We saw that more so between Clem and Trigger. If you did see that series, I do recommend it. It was a very fun series and very back and forth as well, especially game 1 on Torches was very intense between Clem and Trigger. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time here when it comes to the new patch. There's other changes that we haven't experienced yet. This is also why it's a little bit of a shame that we didn't really get to see much Zerg gameplay because of the new Microbial Shroud. Like, that's a big change. Like, the Infestor having Microbial Shroud with a 50% reduced damage from range attacks, that is a big upgrade. That's a big thing. We're not seeing that though, because we're not getting to that point. So I'm hoping that we get to see some Zerg gameplay later on to be able to bear witness to the Microbial Shroud and to bear witness to the Infestor and see how that works. I do think that's going to impact mainly ZVT. I do think it's going to be mainly a ZVT upgrade, just because players are already getting Infestors and already prioritizing Hive Tech and getting into Ultras. That's already the meta in ZVT, is to rush into Hive Tech, rush into Ultras with Infestor support. That's going to be like a little bit more of a natural kind of way to supplement that army, of course, is getting Microbial Shroud. And there are of course other changes that we have yet to really experience, like Mutaplay. True, like the Spire costs and Mutaplay is more accessible, so we could be seeing more Muta in ZVT. Lingbane Muta could be back. We just haven't seen it. We haven't seen ZVT, so we so it would be cool to see if that does make a return in Zerg vs Terran. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Was a very fun event, and we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Quinton Suit in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months, half a year of support. Sorry, 6 months in a row, or 6 months in advance. My apologies. 10 months. Thank you, Quinton. Thank you. Do appreciate it. I don't like Protoss. You don't like Clem? Ah, how could you not like Clem, Pappy? Smurge. You should like Clem. As behind this, we do have our schedule. We do have our schedule here. So when it comes to our weekly schedule, you can see we just wrapped up with the the Wednesday evening broadcast. We originally were going to be casting Starfest qualifiers tomorrow morning, but I will say this now. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be available. Unfortunately, not available. There are things that are happening. There are things that are, unfortunately, there's just something else that's taking up my time. So I will not be able to cast the Starfest qualifier tomorrow morning. There's going to be a Starfest qualifier Thursday morning and Friday morning. I was going to cover both, but I'm unavailable for both of those casts. So the next broadcast on the channel should be the Pondcast. If you don't know what that is our weekly talk show. Every single week we do go live with a talk show, bit of a podcast, going over all things StarCraft. That's going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. We have another Wardy TV Monday on Friday. Wardy, he's having 2 weeklies this week, so it's going to be on Friday. And of course we have the Starfest qualifiers on Saturday, which I should be able to cast, and Tunic Up on Sunday as well. With that, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in. If you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. If you want to support us here on the channel, the Patreon does specifically fund our tournaments. You can see here our current goal on Patreon, 542 USD a month out of 500. We of course have another stretch goal that we are working on to boost the prize pool even further for our tournaments and work towards monthly finals. So thank you so much for all the support on Patreon. Thank you, Papi, thank you. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. You can also check out the VODs. If you see something that you like here, and if you cannot watch it live, check out the VODs over on YouTube. Check us out on YouTube. YouTube is the place to be, so you can support us there. All the VODs are available. Twitch no longer supports VODs. Twitch, they no longer support VODs, so YouTube is the place to be for VOD content. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. See you next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you tomorrow.